Hello, kind folks. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Depending on whereabouts in the world you may be. I'm happy to see you guys. Hello, Sakurai. Hello, Flying Whale. Inepia. Hello, Leah. Bear with, I can't see nothing, guys. So I need a second. Let me see. I get to listen while I work. Have a good stream, my love. Have a good day at work. Please don't put your hands in your pockets. Don't be a rebel, please. It's all jokes. But guys, I announced the schedule. As you guys usually know, my schedules are very, very dynamic. But so far, that is what we have. I'll be doing my YouTube stuff on Sundays. So if you guys do watch content over there, do consider checking out the videos, providing feedback, either on the Discord, I'll make a channel for it, or leaving a comment. What else? Oh, the roadmap that spiked up for no good reason. The roadmap. So, Sakurai did look into the Crisis games. I know for a fact, Jesus, for a fact that I can buy the first one on Good Old Games, and the second one, including Warhead, on Steam. The third one, however, I don't know. So that would be cool. Yeah. But chances are I'll probably do like a playthrough of both versions. Aren't the Crisis games on Game Pass on PC? My favorite notification. Welcome in, DOC. Brother, we missed you. I missed you. I miss you all. But I do know that the 360 versions are on Game Pass. I just don't know if the PC versions are on Game Pass. But yeah, the third one is the one that I might need some guidance with, because I won't be able to find it through any stores. I looked through Good Old Games. I looked on Steam. I looked on Epic. I don't even use Epic, but I checked on Epic. Nothing. I miss you too, man. I've been busy with work, but it's all good. I'm just happy to see you guys here. I really am. So let me give you some context about the game we're about to play. Firstly, this just came out, like maybe last month. I am not too sure what I'm gonna be getting myself into, or any of you guys into. But the name of the game is Kinki Spiritual Affairs. Sorry, Kinki Spiritual Affairs Bureau. It's it's a game where we kinkily investigate spiritual affairs. I don't know. But anyway, so these are the difficulties: veteran, hardened, regular, or recruit. I'm gonna play this in regular because I don't know what I'm gonna get myself into, and I don't wish to torture myself. Seems kinky. What you mean by that, Will? What you mean by that? Can somebody please confirm the audios? Can you guys hear the game? Can you guys hear me? No audio? Thank you. Apparently we have an anime girl. Man, that's the nastiest phone I've seen. I'm gonna watch for a bit before studying again. I want to see the game. Wait, Diosi, how come she knows your first name and I don't? So I guess we're Kinki? I'm holding my flashlight as if it was a gun. This is... Brother, she freaking runs like Speedy Gonzalez. Jesus. Neppy, what have you done? For the record, guys, this game is on Steam for like $10 or $8 or something. I don't know yet. Search the building. What is there even to search? Why don't not? Ah! I sat ready, guys. I'm not scared. I'm not scared at all. I'm just a very good actor. Wow. So how do I get a weapon? Do I get a weapon? Am I just gonna Alan Wake the enemies when I see them? Hey, I see the tissues. What's Neppy's real name? Mother... Yep. Yep. I'm not scared. The fuck you mean I'm scared? I'm about to end somebody's career. Why? And also, what's Neppy's real name? What the f... Can you stop throwing ghosts at me? My God. I'm not even paying attention to the game, and every time I look at the screen, there's something on my face. And not the good sort of thing I want on my face either. Jesus. Am I actually touching the ghost right now? I'm fighting the ghost. You guys saw that? I just bumped the ghost. Nobody can. Nobody can. Oh, our name is not even Kinki. I thought our character's name was Kinki. It is not. That's good to know. We're actually talking with the ghosts. Unlawful spirits. I got a fucking gun. Oh, please. This is the best game ever. What you mean? Reload. Oh. This is a dream come true. Okay, I'll come back once I'll finish my shift. All good, DOC. Um, yeah, I don't know Neppy's name either. That's not even a warrant. It's a letter of apology that you wrote. How long you been watching me? Since you passed Castle Rocky Interchange. I don't know what any of this means. Look at 20 degrees on your compass. Our drone has been on your tail for 20 minutes. Hmm. That's SH. Oh yeah, in the first place, going AWOL on unauthorized anti-spirit rifle out and shooting around it at Narrows outskirts. That's a really awkward sentence. Thanks to all of your messes, I had to stay up through the one. I had to stay up through at least 2 days, but now it's fucking 3 days. Well, what's this about harassment you said? Hmm? I can explain. I don't care enough to read all this. I'm sorry, guys. You guys can read at your own pace, right? I'm not doing it. All I know is that I got a freaking gun. And I shot a bunch of spirits. Wait, what? Okay, I gotta read this. Originally, I just followed the account for the free giveaways. That's why the post happened to come up on my timeline. I actually ended up winning, but when I tried to claim my prize, the account had vanished. And that's not all. The official website has been deleted too. Even though I searched Saiga Village on the internet, nothing come up on the result. In short, Saiga Village itself is completely gone. Yeah, that's pretty weird. I couldn't stop thinking about it, so I navigated here using an old map. And as you expected, you found there no residents, but there were unlawful spirits around. Well, normally, you find 1 or 2 spirits around an abandoned village, but there were way too many for the size of the building. I assume they didn't come together themselves, it's more like something gathered them here. By the way, none of our communications work, except for ours that are specialized for the SAB. I found this whole area has been isolated by force field. What does this mean? The question is, why put a force field and was I able to come inside? I don't understand. Why is there so many errors? I got it. But make sure to tell me next time you do something dumb. I'm gonna do something dumb every day, bro. By the way, have you taken a look upstairs? I'm on it. If there was a force field, why was there a thingamajig flying around? Evening, boss. I came to pick up some equipment. How's that case of yours going? The talisman? I won't have it done today or tomorrow. Analyzing it has been pretty tricky. If I make a single mistake, we'll lose everything. I'm counting on you. Keep on it. Yeah, keep on it. Whoever the fuck you are. You've been watching Shirasaishi? I don't know, guys. I blame Nepia. She's the one that recommended the game. You've been watching Shirasaishi again, boss? You know she's a free spirit. Oh, they made a pun, guys. They made puns. They got the biggest puns. Hey, Madoka. Mind your own fucking business. Oh. I got a feeling this is gonna be an interesting case. Wanna give us a hand? Could you give me 2? Bro, this is a good amount of yank. Hey, I know that movie. Is this a boss battle? The shooting is pretty ass. Oh. Oh. Blue people made me scared. Neppy, thank you for recommending me this game. It's great. Oh, you little brat. I wonder if I can get them all. I failed to see what the Kinki of the whole game is. Honestly, like, I don't really understand it, but I'm sure. Oh boy. I'm sure there's a reason. I couldn't read it because I was busy eating something. Am I about to beat the headlights out of some ghost with a tombstone? Oh my god! Oh my god, I'm knocking ghosts with a freaking tombstone! Come here! You bitch! Sorry. Oh, this is so much fun. Oh. Welcome in, Maki. How you doing? Oh, this is absolutely great. Take that, you bitch. What else did I even expect when I saw the name of the game? Hey, no, that's not the name of the game. The name of the game is Kinki Special Affairs Bureau, yeah. I guess Kinki is just the region we're in, or something. I'm not sure what that is supposed to mean just yet. Oh man, I'm smashing so many spirits right now. Come here! You really enjoying smashing, Tino? I am really enjoying smashing all these ghosts, yes. Look at me, dude. This tombstone's like twice my size. Come here. Oh, hell yeah. Hey, you just came out. It's a good game. Swinging this thing around is getting my back. Show yourself already. I also swing things around. It hurts my back. Is that a fucking TV? How am I supposed to fight that? Ah! The game is like, that makes sense. How? Aim for her chin? Okay. She's stuck. Okay, lady, look. The game told me not to get too close, but I'm gonna get close. Ew! This is the oddest boss battle I ever participated in. You know, out of all the things we played on this channel, there has to be the weirdest thing. Stop stepping on me! Ah! Hello, Dory. I am definitely not doing that, Sakurai. Hello, Dory. Oh, hey! We smashed her to death! Look at us. This is not an accusation of spiritual illegality, but in accordance with the act of prevention, blah blah blah, with the prevention of unjust acts by spirits, you will be questioned as an administration case. What? In accordance with the Act on Prevention of Unjust Acts by Spirits, you will be questioned as an administration case. What does that mean? First things first. Your territory is Isu and Chikoku, isn't it? What are you doing in Nara? What are you doing in Nara? The where I lived before, well, you see, someone built a house next door and the guy wouldn't stop screaming when he played horror games. Fuck you, bitch. Were you calling me out like that? How freaking dare you? So I asked around online for better places to live, and Miss Hanako DM'd me saying, there's a good place for you in Saiga. Wait, who? Miss Hanako. From the toilet? From the toilet. Is she here now? She has been calling a lot of spirits to Saiga Village, but my friend Kayuko was like, that sounds shady, and refused. If you go down the road about 5 kilometers, it's an abandoned middle school. I fucking hate middle schools. She's probably there, in the toilet. Okay, how about residents around here? Where are they? Some of spirits that you exercised earlier were the residents. People turn into female spirits with long black hair when they die. Oh. Thanks for the info. And my bad for messing up your new house. Yeah, you know, I've been on the edge these days because honestly, I figured this whole situation was too good to be true. Oh. Is that blood on the tombstone from the ghost? Rest in peace and go F yourself. Luring spirits to the village and blockading it with force field. Hanako off the toilet. She isn't the type to go around cursing people like this. I wonder who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. Oh! Is that Hanako from the toilet? Hello? Excuse me? I'm an exorcist from the Kinki Spiritual Affairs Bureau. Duh. I'm gonna shoot your brains out. Why are they shooting at me? And why is everybody dressed like a schoolgirl? What? I don't understand a fucking thing. Honestly, this game is a 10 out of 10. She's so mean. What? Neppy? Neppy could never be mean. It would have been great if you had told me you could do that when I fought Mega Satako. This area is private property. We need approval from higher ups to fire the missile. We just got their response now. Are those nuns? Chief. God damn it. Chief, we killed Shrine Maidens from Saiga Shrine. Do we have any disputes with the Shinto Affairs Agency? I don't think so. We've been cooperating smoothly these days. The SAA has been short-handed just like us. It looks like this won't be a simple case of tracking down and exercising spirits like usual. I want some fucking context, dude. I shot a bunch of ghosts with my gun. A mega TV came out of the ground, spit out a mega ghost. She shrunk down. We kicked her twice, killed her with the tombstone, ghost blood splattered, and now we're getting shot by freaking maidens. This game is amazing. Well, I'll head to the abandoned middle school then. Good thing I happen to be wearing a school uniform. I've been hesitating to ask you about it. Why are you wearing that? All this? Because a pretty schoolgirl who got lost is the best bait for spirits. Oh, so there is a reason for that outfit. She has no shame. Neither does most of my chat, apparently. That's Saiga Middle School. Get me in. Let me come inside. Because of the village's declining of population, the school had been merged with Heiratsuka Middle School in Haibara and closed down in 2005. Yes. Okay. Oh. The village has no money for demolition and no one wants to land. Sorry. Nobody wants the land. So the school has remained there. It looks like a nice place. The lights are totally on though. They don't look on to me. You know, they say that spirits radiate light when they come together. What you mean they radiate light when they come together? What you mean exactly? What exactly are we communicating here? So don't let your guard down. You gotta be exercising a ton of spirits now. Okay, okay. By the way, you wanna know why higher ups got angry at me just a while ago? Not really. Oh, is that because of the Shrine Maidens we killed earlier? Wow. Nope, that wasn't really a big deal to them. Okay. It was about you, dumbass. If you fire your gun without permission again, you will be dismissed. Why is that? You're supposed to have learned force protocol at the academy. Oh. Is that Twitter or Instagram open in the background? An exorcist... You're welcome. Well, you're welcome. An exorcist of a spiritual bureau is forbidden from using firearms against unarmed spirits, regardless of whether or not they're hostile. Oh, I didn't know that. What ifs? What a pain in the ass. What if a spirit hit me with a spiked bat? Hit the spirit back with a spiked bat. That'd be fair enough. So we're gonna engage in hand-to-hand combat? Boss, I identified one of the Shrine Maidens in the footage. Nozomi Maikawa. 14 years old. She is an officer of the Nara Shinto Affairs Agency. Are you saying that we just shot a 14-year-old with a missile? Ooh. That's rough. Madoka, you're working for the command now? Hi, Mizuki. I've been meaning to ask you to pay me back for those drinks. Chief, how is the SAA? That's such a weird acronym, man. The director just got woken up now, so it's likely they really didn't know anything. So Saga Shrine is behind everything? No, just a 14-year-old, you dipshit. Dory, what do you clip there? Well, what is that, Dory? I'm scared. Back to reading we go. You mean the shrine summoned the unlawful spirits and killed all the villagers? There are no other organizations that are capable of doing such things. I can't even read. I got nervous when I saw the name of that clip. For what? What do they gain from doing something like that? Can I just kill spirits, please? I wish I knew. Well, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if all close community like that turned into a cult. Ah, cults. Of course, yeah. That makes perfect sense. There's one time at band camp, guys, there was a cult in the woods, and they would summon spirits. And I would, 3 a.m. on the dot, would wake up, go to the roof, and shoot the spirits with my BB gun. Every single time. Never miss a shot. I don't want to talk about it no more anyways. That's why governments have been taking over exorcism from religious institutions. I wonder if that was really the right move though. By the way, I can't do multiple voices, so all I can do is really read to you guys. That's all I can really do. Well, we deal with the shrine later. The usual ritual to summon Hanako is knocking 3 times on the 3rd stall from the back of the girls' bathroom. I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know which floor she's on, but the school has only 3 floors. So start off with the 1st floor. Something tells me it's on the 3rd floor. Very inconvenient. Ah, yes. Valentino. Reading every line in a monotone voice so others don't have to. Put that as my slogan. You know, this place could really use a fucking trim. Oh, hey, it's actually on the 1st floor. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? How do you know that's the 3rd stall and not the 1st one? Oh! Okay, come here. What the fuck? Come here. I'm gonna put you right back in the toilet, you little bitch. I'm missing every punch. Oh, hell yeah. I can't see shit. Please, help. Hey. That was oddly satisfying. Very satisfying. I also have punched a few ghosts. That was too easy. Just like your mama on a Saturday. What the hell kind of parents teach your kid to knock by kicking the door down? I never thought I'd hear that from a brat like you. So why you come out from the 2nd stall? Because kids these days, they don't react at all when I come out from the 3rd stall. Also, she changed tactics. So I tried to mix it up to scare them. Okay, whatever. Why are you calling spirits to Saga Village? I know you're just a low-level spirit. Who are you working for? Before I tell you, Do you know where Hanako of the toilet takes place? In the toilet? You don't, right? There is an individual Hanako for each school in Japan. The urban legend is spread by word of mouth. Wait, you mean all the Hanakos in Japan have gathered here? Yeah, about 2/3. I'm from Usonomiyaya Secondary. Sorry. Usonomiyaya. Fucking shit. I don't watch enough anime. I'm from Usonomiya Second Elementary School. Noted. First fucking try, chat. Our spirits just mafia, they seem to be. They just seem to be, don't they? But one of them should be the original Hanako, right? She's the boss here. The color of our school bags have faded away, but hers is shiny and red like a new penny. Ah, that's very specific. Thank you. She often hangs out with the girls' gang leaders, so you can find her easily. Okay. Gang leaders should have spiked back, right? Then I shouldn't have to worry about force protocol. I guess they are mafia. Gang leaders. You're talking about gang leaders. Jesus. Ugh. I wonder if they're responsible for the graffiti too. Should I go back and just finish her off? I guess not. Hey, that's a note. Hey, Will, I know you stopped studying. Is this worth stop studying for? Gangsta, keep out. That was very gangsta of us. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Why? Oh my god. They have fucking spike bags. What the fuck? Fuck you. You too, you little... Oh, you ghastly little shits. Come here. Woo! I will do it again. This game just turned into fucking Yakuza all of a sudden, dude. Come here. Where's Ray, bro? Ray would love this. You! Why you do that? Come. Oh, I guess I don't get to kill that one. I think the game glitched. Oh, never mind. This is an announcement for all students. As of this moment, you are allowed unrestricted use of weapons. Unrestricted use of weapons is crazy. Oh. The students who guess the exorcist on the second floor will be rewarded with a year's worth of hand cream. Hand cream? You gotta be kidding me. Spirits moisturize their hands? That's what I'm saying, girl. Anyways, what is the protocol for situations like these, Chief? Well, we have no choice. Weapons free. Let's go. Sorry, I was drinking. Time for them to say hello to your little friend. What do you mean by that, boss? I thought the same thing, buddy. It's a line from Never Mind. Yeah! Oh! They got guns! I want that. Hold on. Oh my god, yes. This is not what I was expecting. Ah! This is not what I was expecting when I started out the game, guys. How the fuck do I... Oh. This shotgun might be the only thing we need, guys. Oh! Why you keep doing that? Raising the sun? I wish I was in the sun. I am about to fucking die. I can't see shit. I knew that was there, for the record. I knew I could get prone. I knew that. I absolutely did. At least get out of a bathroom. You forgot who you are? Yeah, you tell them. Fred crouching is crawling on your stomach to get close to her. If you get hit, you will die. Okay, I'm getting hit. I don't like the view that the game is providing me. I feel dirty. Please stop hitting me. Hey guys, I think I'm gonna die. Hey, they're coming from the lower floors. Use the machine gun there. You feel dirty? I do feel dirty, actually. Does this machine belong to the school? Didn't you learn machine gun after? Ah, what the? They threw a freaking grenade at me. Hello, sisters. Thank you for the subscription. I'm getting ghosts. A lot of them. They're not dead. The ghosts are not dead. Please. Stop shooting me. I think we did it, guys. Yep, we did it, guys. We did it. How the fuck do I get off this thing? The gun smoke is blue. That's great. That ammo should only be supplied to the SAB and the SAA. So sisters, welcome. It might be Saiga Shrine. It might be Saiga Shrine. How about we go there already? Hey, don't jump to conclusions. What you mean? I got... Oh! Get out! So, welcome in, sisters. This is Kinki, Special Affairs. No, sorry, Spirit Affairs Bureau. And it's a game where we investigate spirits and make sure that they follow the laws. So far, we had a giant TV come out of the ground. We knocked out a bunch of spirits with a tombstone. And now we're shooting at them. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Which one is supposed to be the third stall? That's what I'm saying, girl. Is this the biggest bathroom in the world or what? Oh, you made it. You're not even pretending to be a Hanako of the toilet. Oh my, did they only assign you to exercise me? Don't make me laugh. You may be an evil spirit, but a rifle is too cruel for a kid, so I will go with a shotgun. You got guts, kid, but don't underestimate us. Oh. It's the same girl. Wow, that's a lot. Mine splitting up and fighting me one on one? That's fucking stupid. Yes, we're shooting ghosts. We actually threw hands with a ghost. I can't believe that worked. Oh. Okay. We actually fist fight. What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you shooting at me? You bastard! The fuck was that? Why you... Okay, listen, I'm not panicking. I'm calm, I'm composed. I just can't believe the amount of bullshit these ghosts are putting me through. You take... This game is so horrible, god damn it. How you doing, guys? Is everybody doing well? Listen, I'm calm. I'm composed. Let me just make sure I hit that double tap. Okay, let's fucking... Okay, you know what? Everybody gets a grenade. Please. I may have undone myself with the grenade, guys. You got this, Val. Thank you, Scissors. Thank you. This is some bullshit. Should I just change guns? Okay, hello? Why is this happening? Okay, that was a headshot. I know that was a headshot. So guys, I got a gun. I'm gonna how do I change guns in this game, dude? I know you're there. Please come out. Okay, that one's not getting up. Can you go off? Thank you. Jesus. That ghost is very ghost-like. I wonder what sort of bullshit they're gonna throw at me now. By the way, just in case you're wondering, sisters, the reason why we are in a schoolgirl uniform is so we can lure the ghosts. Oh my god. Jesus. Oh. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're doing good. Why are you all coming out of the same fucking stall? I can't see nothing. I don't even know where I'm at. Am I actually stuck? I actually might be stuck. Guys, I'm stuck. This is very awkward for all of us, actually. It's bound to cause some issues. Remind me to never go in the stall ever again. Whew. So you just want to feel kawaii. I don't want to feel kawaii because I'm always kawaii, brother. Oh! That's a freaking grenade! See, sisters, this is an experience for all of us. Next thing you know, I'm gonna be playing Portal 2 on the Nintendo 64. I kind of wish that my gun didn't have so many issues. This is such a bad spot to fight on, honestly. It's just a very tight space. I don't like tight spaces. Oh my god. Are we gonna fist fight? Put down the gun. Let's do this. What is he talking about? What a joke. Shoot her, but don't exercise her yet. Okay. I'ma fight this bitch one on one. Wait, are you serious? Oh. She might have a soft spot for children. Oh, that's supposed to be a kid? With her sense of ethics? Come here. Come here! I'm up. Yeah! If all you can do... That's so fucking stupid. If all you can do is turning red, a shrimp could outclass you. It's not like a shonen manga, you moron. I'm good at talking, but physical skills are a different story. Alright, let's get to the point. You're not the one pulling the strings, are you? I got attacked by Saiga Shrine Maidens earlier. Did they order you to do this? Or did someone take over Saiga Shrine? Hey, Chiraishi, I want to confirm Hanako's location right now. She is in front of me, in the middle of the bathroom, on the 3rd floor. It's Kohinata on the comms, right? You're the one being questioned, Spirit. Hey, Kohinata, you can hear me, yeah? After everything I did for you, you dump me like this, huh? I never seen a devil like you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Dump? Dump? Excuse me? What's going on here? Oh, I guess we're stepping on the kids too. Stop talking bullshit, you little punk, or you're dead meat. It's a spirit, but sure. Kohinata, it's almost time. I understand that you care about your subordinates, but we just need to know Hanako's coordinates. Who the hell is this guy? AGM is online, ready for your order. Shiraishi. Yes? It's nothing personal. His name changed red! This motherfucker's gonna kill me! Impact. The target building is collapsing. Fire another missile. Got a radar lock. What? They're gonna help me now? What's going on? What is this game? I can't see nothing, dude. The drone signal has been lost. Who sold a stinger to that little shrine? We lost our radio relay to the AO. We can't jump to conclusions until we see the body, but I bet she's dead. That reminds me, I got a horse game that I want to bet on. It's called Umarusume. It's a game about horse girls. He beat a child to the ground. I did not do that personally. See? She's alive. I want one of those outfits. Are you sure you want to kill her? That's Hiriashi, you know. She will kill us all if we don't finish her now. Well, calm down. And we should turn into the worst evil spirit you could imagine. Her curse should only affect the one who kills her, so let's do rock, paper, scissors. Everybody's fucking dead anyways. Okay. And then proceed to kick her while on the ground. She deserved it! Are we not gonna talk about how the director was dating the person that looked like a child? Scissors? What you mean? Holy shit, she's breathing! Didn't I shoot like 3 of these girls earlier? Welcome to the Welcome to the Saga Shrine, Shiraishi-san. I'm the head maiden, Ayane Saikawa. Yep. How long have I been out? 2 seconds. It's been about 9 minutes. Okay, yeah, that's fair. It felt like 9 minutes. Seriously, are you even human? You jumped off the 3rd floor to escape the explosion. How the hell do you only have a few bruises and a mild concussion? You've been in a body bag if we didn't save you. That's fair, that's fair. I respect it, thank you. You guys come to kill me and now you're saving me? What's your guys' deal? See you soon, sisters, all the love. Dory, we have to talk about what happened in this game. After the game is over. That's normal, Val, but what you did unacceptable. I will do it again. I will do it again. Faded! Aye! Welcome, welcome. Let me just eat this cookie so I can give you a shout out. How you doing, Faded? Guys, Faded is actually one of the OGs. One of the OGs. And she is freaking amazing. So if you guys would kindly show her some love, I would highly appreciate it. Yeah, she's a W for you, believe me. I hope you're doing well. Every day above ground is a good day, Faded. How are you doing though? We are playing a game. By the way, Faded, just context we just got here, and hello Raiders. We're playing a game, right? And the game is called Kinki Spiritual Affairs Bureau, and we have done things to spirits. Oldies, like auntie, or what kind of oldie? No, I said OG, as in original. She's one of the original people that supported me a year ago. Time flies when you're having fun. It's show some love to Fade. She's great. Okay, I gotta read. You guys come to kill me, and now you're saving me? What's your guys' deal? I have no idea what you want from me, but I really don't know anything. If it's about why the beer was bombing the school, I don't have a clue. Let's start with what you got. I fucking hate. Let's read it. Oldie sounds better. Well, Sakurai, you can call yourself an oldie. That is okay. Because you've been around for 2 years, I think. Makes more sense. If somebody ever calls me an oldie, I will smack. I'm gonna smack anybody that calls me an oldie. If I walk down the street and somebody's like, "Hey, oldie!" Pow! Curtains. But also, side note, I'm a pacifist. Najas, how you doing? No, it's not Najas, it's Naxus, right? I'm not. Anyways, let me just go back to reading chat. That make more sense was for the OG. Oh, I knew that. How's Kingdom Hearts? Let's start with what you fucking hate reading, dude. Let's start with what got you to go to Saga Village alone. I was going to complain about not getting my free giveaway prize, but the village had been wiped out. That's it. How come you didn't report it to Kohinata? The price is, it's pretty controversial, so I thought I might get in trouble. What was the price? What's the price? What was the price? Wait, why you know Kohinata's name? What was the price? I have work soon. Until what time, Faded? And the make sense was for the OG. I knew that, Dory. I'm only 19 years old, man. I'm only 19. I knew that. I know everything. Okay, you going good? Did you just start the game, or are you like deep into the story at this point? Oh, this is a nice shrine. It looks like something of tension. Saga Shrine have been maintaining a spiritual force field for centuries. Oh. The force field surrounds Saga Village. It separates the village from the real world and the other world, and prevents invasion from the outside. Okay, that makes sense. The force field has even been keeping the village away from the fires of war. How did I get in? From the sieges in the Heian and Sengoku periods to the air raids during World War II. That force field is insane. Right. Something this powerful has to be hidden from the world. Why? So the spell has been kept under our protection for generations. Okay. My father had... I need to be punctuations too. My father, head of the Saikawa family, was the most recent priest of Saiga Shrine. He looks like the other guy. Well, I guess someone will find out about this sooner or later. We're working for the SAA. So the head honchos understand about the spell and agree with us. They also share our concern about it falling into the wrong hands. Okay, can I get one of those uniforms? They look nice. I like the red on it. But the Ministry of Spirituality has a different purpose, doesn't it? Yes. This game would be a lot better with voice acting, I swear. Hey, it's that guy that looks like the other guy, with two people that looks like kids. The session chief of the KSAP, Kohinata, started visiting the shrine regularly about 2 months ago. Let's talk about the person on the right. You guys see that person in the tie? Look at that shit. That neck is so small and the body's so wide, dude. I know you knew just for shadows who were confused. Oh. I also knew that, Dory. Thank you. Naxos, bro. Sorry, Sakurai. I was looking at chat. I fist fought a ghost. God damn it. I fist fought a ghost. I shot at several ghosts. I don't know what else is happening. Started visiting. Oh yeah, we read this. I am so bored, you're boring me. It is a good idea to play video games. There's always greener pastures. Anyways, going back to reading. He told us the Ministry of Spirituality believes that the spell would be an advantage for Japan. I will save thousands or more, like millions of people, from disasters or threats of missiles from the north. What you mean? The SAA protects the spell and the shrine, but the Ministry of Spirituality prioritizes the welfare of the country, so we are gonna... What's so wrong about this? Exorcisms are the responsibility of shrines and temples, but the Ministry of Spirituality was established to take over. Their actual purpose is taking influence away from religious institutions. Even if the Ministry of Spirituality were to use the spell for military purposes, other countries would just start developing anti-force field technologies right away. It ends up becoming an arms race. Yeah, that makes sense. Sure. Saiga Village will surely come to harm if that happens. Is it wrong that I really don't care about this whole lore? I wanted to prevent that no matter what. But Kohinata, he kept coming and trying to persuade us for hours. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with that guy in the tie though? Eventually, my father agreed to demonstrate the spell for just 5 minutes. Wait, what? Why your father agreed to that? My father was kind of a person who gave in to pressure, and they offered him a ton of subsidies. I will take subsidies. The final nail in the coffin was an offering in a suitcase. Lady, that's what we call a bribe. so they bought it. Anyway, in short, we did the ritual for the force field 3 days ago. Oh, Chief Kohinata, it's great seeing you today. And they are their security. It's just in case there is a threat during the ritual. Oh, I see. Okay then, shall we begin? Hey Chief, those security guards. Yeah. They're here to keep an eye on us rather than any intruders. They only secure the main hall. Isn't that weird? Look at their guns. They're all using suppressors. Both of you, watch them carefully. I told Nanase and Kurihara to be on alert too. Just to be sure, I want to review the procedure one more time. First of all, you put the Spirit Stone mirror on the pedestal and write the time at which you want to activate the force field on the talisman. And then stick it on the pedestal. That's all? Yes. But no one can erect the force field except a member of the Saikawa family, right? No, not at all. If you prepare a pedestal, the Spirit Stone mirror, and a talisman, anyone can erect the force field. I'm not sure why it works. That's just the way we've been doing it for generations. The previous priest also did a dance for the ritual, but it's quite risky if we get bombed and all of a sudden during the ritual. So I don't do it. Good point. I don't fucking care about this, dude. By the way, can I ask the reason why you insisted on holding the ritual during daylight? According to the shrine's records, the ritual has only been held late at night. So I would like to experiment to see if the ritual works during the daylight or not. Ballistic missiles or earthquakes could happen at any time. I'm pressing A as fast as I can, but it doesn't go fast enough. So I was like, it doesn't mean I like bump cuts, you motherfucker. And her hurled a chair at the guy, but it hit the wrong person. Hey, Nana said, look, this would be so much better with voice acting. I told you, you just need to use the preset A. Don't mess with any other parameters, you moron. The fuck? You told me to do that manually, you fucking smartass. Afternoon. Oh, good afternoon. You mind me asking, what are y'all working on? Wow. A light energy converter. Gunshots? Sounds like someone is hunting boars. That's odd. This area is supposed to be off limits to hunters. Chief, did you hear the radio after the gunshots? A light energy converter. 2-3 to Vulture. We engaged the SOA guards. 2 enemies killed in action. 1 converter destroyed. Vulture copies. Stand by for further orders. No problem. Can you write down the time exactly as I say? Ito, Kawashima, take 2 LAVs to the town hall now. Huh? Looks like they're getting ready to use a light energy converter. You guys lead the villagers to the office and secure the perimeter. On it. Vulture to all call signs. Looks like those brats are onto us. Let's pick up the pace. Units in the area, prioritize neutralizing all the maidens. 1-4 deliver a spare light energy converter to grip B5 and activate it immediately. All air units drop assets. This is so dumb. ECF teams get on the operation. Don't let a wardle. I'm not doing this. I just want to play the fucking game, guys. I'm sorry. Hey, that one is alive. Dude, the sensitivity is insane. If I move a tiny little bit to the left, everything goes with it. Oh my god. It's 6 o'clock. Okay. Sniper rifle. Why do I need a sniper rifle, dude? I just realized that the shooting is either really, really off, or the hitbox is just really small. This is just like really freaking awkward, dude. Really awkward controls. I do appreciate what I'm playing in a way. It kind of reminds me of EDF, like really low budget games. But I can't say that the controls are very comfortable. They're not. They're janky. They're very janky. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck was that, dude? How am I supposed to fight that? Will, do you see that shit? The game actually gave me a... The game actually gave me a thing. Oh my god. No, it's okay, it's okay. I just can't believe the shit that I'm seeing. Lock in, Will. Oh my god. This reminds me of my first ever playthrough of Modern Warfare 4. Like the original Modern Warfare. When I was in the... I think it was in Chernobyl. After the mission, I'll get it up. And then I was in like this fun fair, and the enemy just came out of freaking Timber freaking 2. And I had to put myself in a tiny little booth. Okay. This feels like Unity web engine game, right? And honestly, that might be a little generous too. When we're done, because I have a feeling this game is really short, we're gonna see just how long this took to be developed. Is that guy kissing? Oh, never mind. He's not kissing anybody. They do have good humor though. Oh, that guy's dead. What the fuck is this? Is this the end of the world? Might be. It's a light energy converter. Converts light energy into the dark energy that gives spirits power. Okay, that's cool. The spirits are going to get geeked up and attack us now. That's what's going on. Okay. Well, I do have to give it to them. They do have good humor going. Like, I appreciate the humor. I appreciate the silliness of things. What I don't like is all the unnecessary exposition. I wonder if this is a Japanese game. Can somebody, Sakurai, I know you're good at researching. Would you mind, and sorry that I'm asking you as a viewer to do this, but would you mind searching this game up online and seeing who the developer is? Pardon me? Ring the siren and call every villager here. Hordes of spirits are on their way. Hurry up, you baka! The emergency radio is being jammed, but the broadcast speakers should still work. Large-scale spiritual attack. Large-scale spiritual attack. Okay. All residents, please evacuate to the town hall immediately. Tsusui, gather the villagers on the second floor and stand by at the stairwell. If someone comes from the stairwell after the gunshots stop, just shoot them on sight. On it. Self-published? They just dropped spirits by helicopter? Oh great, now spirits are falling like candies from a piñata. Yup! Kawashima's team will hold them back at the intersection. We'll secure the town hall. Counting on you, Kawashima. This is so silly, dude. Excuse me, leader. I think just letting the villagers run off on their own would be better. What do you think? The SAB isn't that stupid. This village has been surrounded since this morning. No matter how far the villagers run, their drones will gun them down. Why they get to destroy the village? They just want the spell, right? Beats me. But I hope this battle shows up in the history textbooks in 100 years. It's begun. Holy shit. How should I put this? It's even more apocalyptic than I expected. To be honest, I've been thinking of quitting this fucking job next month. So, made up your mind? Now, I want to quit now. Damn, same. We gotta ask the head honchos for a promotion if we survive this. Fuck yeah! They're fucking relatable. The game might play like ass, but this is fucking relatable, dude. I like that it's funny though. I'm not gonna take that away from them. I'm not sure if the Japanese version is funny. Like if I put it on Japanese, it's gonna be any funnier. But whoever did the localization, good for you guys. I appreciate it. Kind of reminds me of Ghost Hunters. No, not Ghost Hunters. I'm sorry. Freaking Ghost Spirits. Ghost Stories. The anime. Some of them are freaking strapped with bombs, dude. Oh my god. What the Oh. Is the car moving? This is so dumb. Well, we did our best. Look at the Nokia phone on the freaking C4s, dude. Also has publisher of Amata Incorporated. Let's take a detour. Hold on. We're gonna take a small detour. So I'm playing on Xbox. I'm playing on an Xbox at this point in time. Yeah, I see Amata K.K. It's not a big game at all, dude. This game has sewer slide bumper ghost, fist fight toilet spirits, and heavily armed shrine maidens. It is funny. It is funny. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I paid $12 or whatever money it is. How much did I pay for this? 13. I paid $13 for this. Full price. Now, judging from the achievements, I think this game is maybe 2 to 3 hours tops. Tops. There's no way this game is more than 3 hours. Unless I'm very bad at games, which I am. What the fuck? Was that supposed to happen? I gotta look into that Amata Incorporated company. That's like something I should look into. Maybe playing this on easy would have been the way to go. Please get off me. Oh my gosh. How many of these? Oh, that's it. They're stomping me out, dude. They're stomping the bejesus out of me. Calm down. We can still make it. Hey, Shibata. What? Internet is working. I logged into social media. Just post large-scale spiritual attack on Town Hall account. It's only got 20 followers though. Yeah, probably all the people in the fucking room, right? Incoming! I'm just gonna freaking hurl that in there and hope for the best, I guess. This sucks. How long am I supposed to be here for? Oh. Did I win? Did I lose? I think I lost. It would be nice if the game low-key told me how many enemies I gotta plow through. Please, go off! Oh my god. You snooze, you lose. I know, right? I hope this is not... That's it, apparently. Begone, spirits! Begone, spirits! That's not working, huh? Everybody's gonna die, huh? What's so funny? Bring it on already! Oh. Oh! What a fucking what a fucking masterpiece, brother. What a fucking masterpiece. Goddamn. Everyone is in rough shape, but there aren't too many spirits to deal with. Brother, they dropped a boatload, didn't they? I assume my maidens have destroyed one of the light energy converters around the shrine. Oh, that's it? Just like that? The force field has been erected. The force field is not the only thing erected around here with this sort of excitement. Oof. My blood pressure is too. So, does this mean we'll never be able to leave here? Mm-hmm. Only the SAB can go in and out of the force field. We're trapped in between the real world and the other world now. Daylight will never come, but at least it's not that cold. If you have a light jacket, it will be helpful. In short, the SAB tricked us, stole the force field spell, and sealed up the village. Motherfuckers. My father may have been aiming to end the duty of Saikawa family rather than take bribe money. He knew that I wanted to go to university. I think that's why he decided to hand over the spell to the government, to free me from my duty at the shrine. But it all ended up with me wiping up his brain fluid. Listen, lady, get over yourself. Not everything is about you. Okay? It's about Hanako from the toilet. Or some shit. Anyways, back to reading. I see. Then I guess I understand why you guys shot at me in the graveyard. That makes sense. To be honest, I was suspicious of you the moment I saw you come into the village. I was wondering why the SAB and spirits were fighting after working together to destroy the village. Moreover, the SAB officer was cosplaying as a high school girl. You perv. Seriously, why are you wearing that? Hey, don't call it cosplaying. This is real. I wore it in high school. It still fits me since I haven't gotten any taller since my growth spurt. I mean, it's a disguise. You maidens wearing your typical kimono like, "Hi, I'm a maiden." You're basically asking spirits to run away on you. The SAA spends so much time worrying about their dress code. They barely exercise any actual spirits. An adorable lost high school girl is the best bait for spirits. Well, anyway, let's get back on track. Kohinata is your... He trusted you, despite your vulgar and inappropriate attitude. That's a little harsh, but yeah. I will ask you one last time. You didn't know about the plan to attack the village, correct? If you're suspicious of me, go ahead and shoot. Yeah, I was too ignorant to realize that my own colleagues were perpetrating the genocide of the village. I'm partly responsible for that. If you're gonna shoot, aim for the level. And get blood all over the mattress? Ain't no way. Step outside. We're not done talking yet, Kikukawa. There had to... This is so fucking stupid. All of this is fucking dumb. There had to have been a better way for Kohinata to get the force field. Bro, my brain glitched. The Ministry of Spirituality must have had a plan to call spirits and wipe out the village. We gotta capture Kohinata and make him talk. I'm willing to cooperate with you, but there's nothing we can do now, is there? As long as the SAB is in possession of the ritual artifacts, you cannot call for help. On top of that, I am already dead. My exorcist license card might not work to get out of the force field. The ritual artifacts should be in the village. For real? I put a level 4 talisman on them. Ritual artifacts would be ruined if someone tried to take them out from the force field. Level 4. That's an SAB graded talisman. You made it yourself? I don't care enough. Well, it's just a hobby of mine. Then I bet the SAB is analyzing talisman somewhere in the village. Yay. A place where the SAB can focus on analyzing under the spirit's protection. So that's why they were angry when I shot the spirits. The town hall. The lights at town hall were on yesterday. They saw armed spirits around perimeter too. Armed spirits. I will never get over that. How many maidens survived? 7 or 8. Hi, Cassie. How you doing? Okay, 7 or 8, but that's not enough to. I will sneak into the building, and by sneak into the building, that means I'm gonna be shooting everybody, right? I know it's risky, but I can't forgive myself for being so ignorant. It's okay, girl. I'm ignorant too. I do this shit all the time, every day. Hey, you think we'll trust a douchebag like you? I'm the protagonist, so yes. What is he supposed to do? Go back to the SAB? I'll go with you. Shiraishi-san, you will sneak into the town hall. I will sit you through comms. That's some bullshit. Every day above ground is a good day, Cassie. We're playing a game. A very strange one, but a game nonetheless. You see our friend over there, Flying Will? Will Flying? He says that he is studying, but I don't think he is. I think he's watching the game for the plot. Back to review. We rendezvoused there when we gotten past the guards. Kikukawa, show her to the storehouse. I'm going to take my last shower. Okay. You distracted by your game? Guess you don't understand. We shot a bunch of ghosts, and then we proceeded to grab a tombstone and kill ghosts with a tombstone. And then we threw hands with a ghost in a bathroom, and we knocked her ass out. Isn't that top tier lore? It's amazing. Okay, I gotta read. Not gonna lie, I'm glad we have a real professional like you on our side. I just got fired by the SAB though. Remember? I mean, you were a JGSDF, right? 2nd Amphibious Rapid Deployment Brigade, 1st Company. Ever since the actions in Myanmar, it hasn't been easy for veterans to fit back into society. I couldn't fit in anywhere in the first place. Hello, Ray. I was actually talking about you earlier. I couldn't fit in anywhere in the first place. Brother, you missed so much. We have guns, vests, and other gear stored in here. You can use whatever you want. Oh, before I forget. Oh! I reacted late because I was reading the subtitles. That's for my friends who you fucking Sabs killed. Sakai, Kizuka, and Maikawa. The fuck does that have to do with me? We have plans to go to the arcade in Nara this weekend. You can still go to the arcade, they're just ghosts now. Maikawa's family was about to move, so we had planned a farewell party. Hit me for Sakai and Kizuka too. I think she likes it. I'm satisfied now. You didn't kill them anyway. But you're fighting with us now, so I want you to meet. There's some errors if you guys can spot it. But you're fighting with us now, so I want you to meet the other maidens. There's only a few of us left now anyways. So Ray, like I said earlier, I was telling this to Cassie. We shot a bunch of ghosts. We engaged in fist fighting with a toilet ghost. We nearly got stomped on by a giant ghost, and then proceeded to kill her with a tombstone. And also we turned this whole thing into a Yakuza sequence when we grabbed a bat and started fighting gang leaders that were also ghosts. This game is amazing. I'll be waiting here. Talk to me when you're ready to begin the operation. I'm gonna begin the operation right fucking now, dude. Let me fucking play the game. Oh, I gotta talk to everybody too. You guys don't mind if I just, you know, click the X button? Wanting to kill you, I grabbed the bat and a motorcycle. Brother, this is a top tier game. It's actually on PlayStation as well if you ever get curious, but the jank is real. It's the jankiest game there is. Today, anyways. Hi, I've been wondering. Not that I'm complaining, but why hasn't the SAP just wiped us out with drones yet? I did say jank. Yes, lots of jank. The chief has erected an anti-electric force field. Not even a missile could direct it. Again, it's not the only thing erected. Okay, so I'm not gonna read any of this. Oh, there's a god here. His name is Seotohime Mikoto, otherwise known as One Punch Man. The chief and the priest study her ancient text. Oh, that's a woman. And learn to create powerful force fields. I'm sorry, God person. We're lucky that the knowledge hasn't been used for military purposes. Right. I was worried that the government might catch a whiff of it sooner or later. But slaughtering everyone in the village is way too much. The granny working in the store, the old fart in the post office, nobody was spared. The silly rats think that rural villages like ours are parasites eating up tax money to care for the elderly. That's why they're using the excuse of a spiritual disaster to come in and destroy everything. So again, I'm not gonna beat the rest. I'm not that invested. I just wanna go back to shooting. But yeah, the game is about $13 American. Very fun experience, lore wise, but very, very janky. For the record, we're only in a high school uniform because it attracts ghosts. Nothing more, apparently. Spit? What is a galeta stick? Do you guys read that? Sorry, that's classified information. Whose saliva isn't that freaking sake? If I told you it was mine, would you still want to drink it? Why are you smiling? Yeah, of course, no problema at all. Why are we drinking spit? How old are you? Like ah! Oh my. Okay, I'm not reading any of this. This is. I'm not gonna read it. I'm done reading. Nope. That was insane. I'm not reading that. And she still took the fucking sake, dude. You gotta. Not trying to get clipped. I'm trying to avoid all the allegations. I'm done reading. I'm done. I'm not gonna read. Not gonna happen. I'm scared of you guys. You're obligated to read it. I want a new set of obligations. I'm so used to reading, dude. I'm so sorry. Cannot do this, dude. Oof. Dude, do your job. I refuse. You know what actually bothers me a little, if I have to be honest? Um, Assuming this game is in the Japanese. Why are most Japanese games? It's not with a Y, it's with an I. Gosh. It's not like that, even though the game might indicate so. But guys, look. Firstly, why are all the games that are made in Japan so lore heavy or text heavy? It's sometimes it's not that necessary. I still remember when Ray played Bleach and it was just text galore, man. What's that, blood? She doesn't want to clean up because of the blood? Because Japanese are raised under parental and corporate pressure? Is that why the games are text heavy? Like, text heavy? If I had a job and I was working like, I don't know, let's say 16-hour days, I wouldn't want to come home and read a whole lot. Especially about 14-year-old people and sake. Spit. There are so many texts because they understand text better than emotions. I never thought of that, actually. Neppy, you literally... She recommended this game, guys. It was her. I want you guys to see the pattern. Every time I play an anime game, it's usually Neppy that recommended it. I think we all thought it was you. All of you are sinners. All of you. All of you. Maybe with the exception of Dory. Because Dory seems like a very innocent soul. Shout out to Dory. I think we all thought it was. It is not. Well, I don't know what to do with you guys anymore. This is also why we have so long anime names and episodes of anime where it's just exposition and nations. Yeah, that's also the reason why I don't watch a lot of anime. I don't have time to watch a lot of stuff. Like, for instance, once I'm done gaming for the day, which, by the way, this stream is supposed to be 6 hours long, just for the record. Once I'm done gaming today, that's it. I don't game until the next stream because I don't have the time for it. I just don't. And I wish I did, but I don't. I'm just an innocent boy. Come here, Will. Let me give you a hug, brother. Pause. $300 yen per hour. That's nice. That's pretty good. And Gasha, we all love Gasha. Man, Gasha's great. Guys, let me tell you about my horse girls. I have this game. It's free on my phone and my computer. And I've been freaking collecting horse girls. All I do is shout at them, though. I've been shouting at them. I'm like, you better fucking win. All of a sudden, I lose all manners. I just get a little bit invested. Pause. 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 You learn. I'm teaching the girls how to run. Okay, we have one more person. Just one more person. Ashton Hall. Who's Ashton Hall? Who is that? Ashton. Is that the guy? The 3 a.m. guy? 3 a.m. guy. Was that a YouTuber? Oh my god, we just stepped into somebody taking a bath. Are you okay? Oh, the morning. Oh, the guy with the eyes. The eyes thing. Yeah, didn't I am Speed beat him in the race or something? That was like a whole deal for a while. Excuse. Oh my god. We headbutted that shit. You know, you really are just like how the rumors describe you. I always thought it could be a mental thing, but I'm too afraid to go to the doctor. To be honest, I think it'd be weirder if I turned out there was nothing wrong with me. Like, regardless, it's because of your quirks that you were able to uncover a national conspiracy. You should be proud. I feel like she's low-key calling my character stupid. I feel like that's what it is. She's low-key calling my character dumb. Wait, Lancaster asked us to laugh. Okay. Ha ha ha. Ah, ha 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 ha. There you go. I never be capable of doing what you do. Yeah, breaking a door with my head. Thank you. I think I'd rather be more like you, with the patience to console a weirdo who just broke into your bathroom. Why did I get clipped? No. Hey, we fixed it. The fuck? What's... Ray, this is the yank. Hopefully you saw that. So who are we talking to now? Who is Kikukawa? Are you Kikukawa? Well then, shall we go? Yes, please. Please. Just let me shoot spirits. Yep. Tell Shisekawa I'm ready. Isn't that the person whose door we just broke down? This is the hole type 20 you dropped. It was still in working condition, so I fixed it up and added a suppressor. Oh, hell yeah. For long range, a Mark 14 with a scope will be better. But I'm sure you already knew that. I fucking didn't. Here's a 9mm with a suppressor. It's quieter than a SHRINE. Indoors. Yeah, that was English, guys. And here I got you a vest, a helmet, and night vision. Oh, I love that. I can dress like a real soldier now instead of a high school girl. I've been waiting years for this. I woke up every single morning dressing as a schoolgirl, guys. This is a dream come true. Anyways, those night vision goggles were in storage collecting dust for years. Sorry if they break during the mission. Guys, I don't think any of this equipment fits. Fuck yeah. So I guess you won't be needing the school uniform anymore. Can I change it? This is all I have to wear right now. Saikawa-san, Saikawa. You ready? Call me Ayane. I'm not gonna call you Ayane. Okay then, I'll call you Ayane. Fuck. Somebody's gonna get mad at me. I will call you Ayane-chan. Fun fact, guys. I took some Japanese classes. And I do have Japanese friends. And sometimes they do tune in. And they send me a message on Snapchat. And I hope today is not one of those days. Anyways. I'm sorry. You sure suck at talking to high schoolers for someone so obsessed with dressing like one. You better watch what comes out of that mouth of yours. Kikukawa, make sure everyone is gathered by the time I get back. Also, make sure to check the guns, ammo, and first aid kits. Oh, on it. Yep, thumbs up. So we're surrounded by middle schoolers. Since the SAB lost their drones, Kohinata should be in Saiga Village to keep tabs on the shrine. I hope you don't mind if I take my revenge when we get our hands on them. Yeah, but we have to make him talk first. Got it? Let's get going. So keep in mind, everybody in this camp is like 14 years old. We're just walking? Okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Everybody in this camp is 14 years old, but our character. Is he really a combat veteran? Yeah, everybody's 14, Sakurai. With the exception of maybe our main character who works for the government and was a soldier once upon a time. Are those spirits? They're called the Spirit Infantry Regiment. Their ranks are made up of spirits called by the Ministry of Spirituality. They all received intense military training. They're highly skilled. That's totally against international law. Okay, yeah, I'm sure. Their surveillance, team coordination, and shooting skills are just as good as any living soldiers. You better stay out of their sights. Can we double back a little and say that those are fucking ghosts? Now it's the humans' turn to sneak around the spirits, huh? The SAP analysis team should be on the 3rd floor. We're gonna take back the ritual artifacts, but first, let's head to the server room on the 2nd floor. Plug that USB device I handed you earlier into the terminal. Whatever the SAP is planning, they're probably setting up all around City Hall as well. We need to collect as much evidence as we can. Got it. I'll get a move on. Yeah, this feels like Call of Duty, but ghosts. Just a friendly reminder about East Point on the cop the long way. I don't. Wait, our character is like maybe 18. They have to be, well, actually they have to be over 18 because if they were already in the army, you know, it wouldn't make a lot of sense. Why the F our character footed one of them with spit talk? That I don't think that's necessarily what happened, but also I really don't want to know. Oh my gosh. You mean Call of Duty Ghosts? I haven't played Call of Duty Ghosts. Does Call of Duty Ghosts have ghosts? Why does something tells me that there's gonna be a freaking ghost in the most unfortunate way or path available. Okay, that's a ghost. Frick. Oh, come on. You gotta be joking. They hit hard. They hit hard. I can't see nothing. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, that makes sense. If I die, do I just join the ghosts? Sakura, I don't want to read that. I really don't. No. That was nasty. In more ways than one. What happens if I just knock this lady out? Oh. Dude, what is the hitbox on this? Seriously. I know, Cassie, right? By the way, Cassie, did you stream today? Oh, we got her! Yeah, look at that. What? Do you stream today? So, something about ghosts. Oh, you don't stream today? Nice. By the way, guys, if you guys don't know Cassie, you should. Because I always talk highly about Cassie. Shame on you guys. I wonder, can I take them both out? Welcome home. Welcome home, Cassie. Look at this, dude. Well, our character is supposed to be like, I don't know, 18, 20. They look like 5 years old. And I freaking hate it. So, should I be killing all of the spirits or not? No, I guess not. Oh. Oop. They can see me. No! What you mean? Get my ass out of here! What the fuck? What the? That was very fucking unfortunate. Baby and army stuff. I agree. Thankfully, you were not here when they had the conversation about sake. That was pretty damn weird. Okay, so guys, I promise I am a good gamer. Even if I suck. Usually I do the sucking on the weekends. Because I play weird games on the weekend. Oh my days. Maybe today is an extended weekend, who knows? Yeah, right? Mystery 1, isn't this neat? Look at our look at our character. She's like maybe 20. She looks 5 though. She looks 5. But yeah, welcome to Kinki Spiritual Affairs Bureau. She is very kawaii. Am I getting... Oh no. No, no, Cassie, no. No. Why? Well, I'm just trying to get through this. Oh, there's like 3 of them, dude. Can I pull a pro gamer move right here and maybe just... Am I gonna fuck up if I try to do this? Oh yeah, there's one over there. Fuck sakes. I hate. Hey! That's nice. Wasn't me this time. Now I got 2 of you to watch out for. Oh! Guys. Remember, they got better vision. Yeah, for the record, Cassie, we are killing ghosts. They're actually ghosts. They're not humans, they're ghosts. Oh god. Stop. Oh, fuck sakes. Please get my ass out of here. Please get my ass out of here. Oh my god, please get me out, 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 get me out. Get me out, 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 get me out. What is that? What the fuck? Is that a fucking body pile? You don't see shit. Hey. They gave up. That's nice. Kind of reminds me of Metal Gear Solid. Brother, Mystery One, if you were here earlier, the girl from The Ring came out of I don't know, 13-inch freaking TV set that came up from the ground. Then she tried to stump us and we killed her with a tombstone. Just I'm gonna leave the VOD up. Usually I'm gonna leave the VOD up. That's what I'm gonna do. Well, we made it, guys. I'll probably be making a YouTube video out of this. Oh, fuck. I really worked myself to death once. How many spirits are we talking? I can't believe I'm actually shooting spirits, dude. This is so freaking cool. But yeah, we're killing spirits. We also fought several gang leaders, spirit gang leaders, with a spiky baseball bat. Why do the spirits bleed? Yes, they bleed. It's human spirit things, I guess. Okay, I gotta read. I'm transferring the logs. Anything looks suspicious? Let's see. Kohinata texted the mayor and the head of regional policy division, offering to build a hospital and golf courses, covering up bid rigging and bribery too. Deals like these are way out of the line for the Ministry of Spirituality. So the one put in the strings must be even higher up than Kohinata. Whoa, this is a big government conspiracy. Amazing. We got the evidence. I'm heading to the conference room. You go on ahead. I'll be right behind you. Fuck. Hi, Dory. I appreciate you, buddy. Okay, guys. We're heading up to the last floor. Bruv, that sounds so realistic. Doesn't it? Oh! So, in this game, spirits are actually affected by flashbangs. Fuck! Did that do anything? That didn't do shit. Hey! There's no one alive, dude. Oh my god. I'm gonna get murdered. I'm gonna get murdered. Take off the enemy first. What the fuck you mean take off the enemy first? Oh my god, I'm gonna be... Get my ass in there. Yep, they're not gonna catch me in here, dude. No way. Whoa! It's almost like the spirits cannot see through things. That's amazing. Welcome, me and Tav. How you doing? If I open this, am I? Whoa! Don't look at me like that. Every day above ground is a good day, Tav. Just here killing some ghosts dressed in military attire. This is so insane, dude. If I open this now, are they gonna find me? Yeah, that makes sense. Is that our buddy? I knew you'd still be alive. Of course, I'm the fucking protagonist. Why wouldn't I? I haven't finished analyzing the talisman yet. I'm somehow relieved that it's a tough nut to crack. Where is Kohinata? I think he's at headquarters. Hey, stop! Stop! Am I? Oh my god! I put this dude in the freaking paper shredder. That's fucking insane. Oh, his whole freaking hand. What about this guy? Where is he? I'm here, you idiot. No winning for him. That's crazy. Oh, congratulations. You quitting smoking. Thanks. Wow. You already forgot my name? I see it in the subtitles. You know, Ayane-san, cigarettes cost more than double what they used to. Anyways, you have something to ask me, right? I know you know we're here. I cannot read clearly. By the way, Mystery One, it's all good, brother. I like doing shoutouts. I know you know why we're here, so just spill it. I guess you won't be leaving this village alive anyways. Okay, I will fill you in. The information, of course. Without any further ado, please direct your attention to these slides, okay? Slides? I present to you the project of the mysterious undefined force field that is confirmed inside a village, Nara. Yeah, I can read, guys. I went to university and shit. This slideshow is lame as fuck. I kind of like it though. First of all, the spiritual attacks around Japan have become a serious problem as of late. People who live secluded lives and end up dying alone and afraid. And those who would rather off themselves than living lives of poverty. They hold grudges against society, refuse to ascend to nirvana, and turn into unlawful spirits. Their number one increases with each... Oh, I cannot read, dude. Fuck's sakes. Their number increases with each passing day. At this rate, the Ministry of Spirituality won't be able to keep up exercising them all. Officers of the Ministry of Spirituality use anti-spirit firearms to exercise them, but it makes them ascend forcibly through pain. However, some spirits that hold specially strong grudges can come back alarmingly quick. Each sap detains those kinds of powerful and lawful spirits, but they're close to running out of cells. Cells? For the spirits? Cells? For the ghosts. Each sap detains those kind of powerful unlawful spirits, but they're close to running out of cells. Out of everything in this game, why did that strike me as the weirdest? What will you feel in what? The information! Of course, the info. The information. Hi, Neppy. Spirits tend to gather around in dark places, like the countryside, where there aren't as many light sources. They threaten the villagers and make them abandon their homes. As a result, the population of the village decreases and the spirits get a place to live, which creates a vicious cycle. To solve the problem, the government is planning to amend the law of possession of weapons and allow people to sell anti-spirit firearms. In short, they're saying protect yourself. Yeah, I know, that idea is bullshit. They're damn optimistic fools. An anti-spirit bullet is just a bullet that can hit a spirit. It kills people too. The gun would be an easy suicide kit for 100 million depressed Japanese. Okay, so just after. This is not gonna go over well over on YouTube. Thus, is the pursuit of a more comprehensive solution, Counselor Shido turned to Saiga Village. Okay? Ugh, the scholar scheme is making me puke. I kinda like it. Hold on, you said Shido? The counselor yeah. Dory. Let me ask you something. Can you read that name, please? Neppy, let me ask you something. Can you read that name, please? Send me a voice note, Neppy, so I can put it in the stream. Thank you. Anyways. The counselor of the Ministry of Spirituality, Asuhiko Shido. The Ministry of Spirituality have been keeping tabs on Saiga Shrine spiritual force field. It separates the village from both the real world and the other world, and also prevents any physical contact from the outside. Shiraishi, I don't remember the name anymore, I'm sorry. It's an extremely powerful shield that not even our spiritual science and knowledge can compare to. On top of that, the one in control of the force field can freely dictate who may pass through. Pretty powerful tool, right? You must be thinking, wow, if I had one of those, I could do whatever I wanted without anyone bothering me. I have a question. Is it possible for you to quit talking like that? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to talk over here, Ayane Saikawa. Bitch. Jesus. Change spirituality to sexuality. This is the funniest game. Right. You should play this. It's very probably on PlayStation. Very probably. Listening to my father's murderer give me a TED talk. Really pisses me off. It's not TED, it's TED talk. Sure, by the way, it's more polite if you raise your hand before asking a question. Okay, about the problem of unlawful spirit infestation. Frankly, spirits are nothing more than waste to produce when someone dies. Do you know what we do with waste when it cannot be recycled? A landfill? Yes, we toss it in a land. How do you toss a spirit in a landfill, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? What you mean? How has the game been king? By the way, thank you, Taff. I appreciate that. It's been interesting, Taff. It is a very interesting little Yankee game. I think Flying Will and Inepia and Ray may have stronger opinions, and Sakurai as well, and Dory. Because I'm just playing them. Playing it. they're the ones consuming it. It's kind of crazy. They're the ones paying attention to the game more than me. You say what now? I said what I said, Neppy. You heard what I said. How is work though? Speak W, Val. Thank you, Dory. Project Funator is our ace in the hole to combat spirit infestation. In brief, it isolates worthless villages and towns in the countryside and throws unlawful spirits away there. Fuck. Hey, Madoka, what's with the shock expression? You're on his side, aren't you? This whole thing is unhinged, dude. I was watching a video. Oh, it's all good. Somebody asked me about the game, and I said he should ask you guys instead. All for all got him scared. One day I will get you back, Dory. Just wait, but it's gonna happen. I like consuming stuff from you. Damn, that's crazy. I just asked her to analyze the talisman. I never told Madoka a word of the reason why. I can read you like a book. You're thinking, but why get the innocent villagers involved, right? A spiritual force field is made to protect human lives. It cannot be conjured unless there's a sufficient number of humans gathered. But the Spirit Stone mirror can detect residual life force for a few days. Yeah, it can detect residual life force for a few days, Chad. In other words, even if all the villagers got killed right before the force field was activated, the mirror wouldn't know any better. Ayane-chan, your father was really dedicated to researching it. Everything I needed to know was in his notebooks. Honestly, I wanted to get rid of the villagers in Saga Village little by little after I activated the force field. The head honchos of the Ministry of Defense insisted that I try a light energy converter, and boom, that is what's happened to the village. They prioritized using the converters on villages that were on the enemy side during the actions in Myanmar. Ruthless, aren't they? Unfortunately, we missed cutting off the power line and the fiber optic cable that connected the town hall to the outside world. And a few posts about the spiritual attack have been posted on social media by the town hall account. I ordered my subordinate to delete the account right away, but someone noticed. Me. I was like, oh my, you're a damn walking disaster. Oh, there's one more slide. Oh, Oh my god. Saiga's village conversion to a landfill is complete, but that's just the first phase of the project, of course. Once we possess the ritual objects, the process will be repeated on villages of a similar size to Saiga Village. Komaishi Village in Yamanashi, Arase Village in Akita, Kanegaya Village in Totori. No, I can barely read English, Story. I'm struggling over here. You play the most weirdest games, but it's fucking awesome. Thank you. I have a feeling that you guys will really enjoy Kinki. What the fuck is the name of this game again? Hold on. I forgot the name of the game. Hold on. I think you would really like Kinki Special Affairs Bureau. Yeah. Got it. SpongeBob. W's. He is struggling. Yes, I am indeed. Fucking struggling. Isolate a dying village whose population is 45% seniors and higher, well-known spirits to invade immigrants. Oh, and we release the spirits that Sab has detained into the villages. Everything is going to be covered up as a large-scale spiritual disaster. Tokyo. What about fucking Tokyo? Tokyo has taken young people away from the countryside for their labor. And now they want villages to be landfills for the spirits? Hey, Ayane, you were going to move up to Tokyo from the village, yeah? Well, listen, the project is not that bad for the countryside. Imagine, if you shut down one village and trap 20,000 spirits in the force field, 20 other towns or villages around can be safe where the spirits would have been attacked. Whatever. By the way, SpongeBob, you should see the VOD after the stream is over in 4 hours. I literally knocked out a fucking ghost in the bathroom with my bare hands. It was a 10 out of 10 experience. Anyways, a government official shouldn't miss the forest for the trees. Even if the project is conducted, about 10,000 spirits would be spawned anywhere in Japan every year. So you end up turning Japan into a landfill island. There is a secret that I haven't told other spirits cooperators. Generally, spirits avoid humans, but on the other hand, they attack humans to take their energy. When they're trapped somewhere with only spirits around, yes, their ego breaks down within a year. They end up turning into jail and ascending. That's fucking amazing. What? Okay, so earlier in the... Fuck. I can't believe I've been rickrolled in 2025. Fucking insane. I knocked out a ghost with my bare hands in the bathroom. With 2 hands. Knock her ass out. It was amazing. We got ya. Brother, that rickrolling will never die. I don't think so. Anyways, with 10 or so landfills the same size as Saiga Village, we could bring an end to our spirit epidemic. Oh! I was worried about if I had to hurt any innocent people involved in this project, of course. But now I can kill you all without any hesitation. Ah, that's amazing. I knew you would have said that. That's why I didn't include you in the project. You already realized that shooting spirits one by one can't be worth it. Shut the fuck up, you murderer. We're here for this, not for your crappy slides. I kinda like the slides though. What do you plan to do with it? As long as the spirits remain in the village, it will find its way back into my hands. You don't seriously think you can kill them all, do you? Are you gonna lift the force field and release every spirit in Nara, or what? At least 2,000 people would die. And that's just the Yoshino district. Yoshino. Why the fuck has he got an AR? So, one thing that I forgot to include, SpongeBob, is that I shot a house full of ghosts with an AR when I started the game. Yeah, it was great. Ayane-chan would think of something. The 14-year-old girl? I've given it some thought, and I've decided that I'm going to kill both you and Shido. There are no excuses for what you've done. You're just mass murderers. I will cut every last inch of you into pieces, even your souls. Oh, hell yeah. But not now. What the fuck? The slide says that Shida is all that's behind it. But if my assumption is right, Kohinata, you're still hiding some sort of evil plan. I'm gonna end you, but only after drawing every last detail from you. Yep, you draw the fuck out of them, girl. Nice work ethic. Where was that attitude when you were working for me? Oh, by the way, Madoka, I'm taking you off the team. What? I have been monitoring your PC remotely. You slacked off that this motherfucker's watching YouTube. That's crazy. What the what the actual fuck is happening? Thank you for the subscription, bro. W first, by the way, SpongeBob, since you're a subscriber, there is something in the Discord available to you alone, and it's a big package of content. The content has unreleased music, a complete guide to SVL, which is about 12 years of my work, a movie script, and a bunch of other goodies for you to look over at your own discretion. Back to reading we go. I've been monitoring your PC remotely. You slacked off and watched videos on the internet. You can't get anything done without Shiraishi. Neppy, send me a voice note saying that name, Shiraishi or whatever. You can't get anything done without Shiraishi, can you? It's so obvious. Then why not just kill me too? Don't know. Anyways, I'm going back to HQ. Get rid into the shitty backwater village and the Kansai region. Shiraishi license is still valid. Oh, sorry. Shiraishi, your exorcist license is still valid. Feel free to leave the village if you change your mind. Well, good luck, Country Bumpkins. Oh, that's a really nice name. I like that one. Country Bumpkins. Bumpkins? Whatever. I will never understand why he acts like that. He's not even from the city. Shada, I think we got in Epia. Just a voice note. My application is pending. Your application is pending, don't worry. Bear with. I just need to learn how to use Discord. Usually I don't handle the thingamajigs. But how the fuck do I do this? I'm not old. Shut up, I'm not old. I'm not old at all. Not old. Hello, Ace Jiggler. Welcome in. I finally catch your stream again. It's my first stream since 1995. Since 1995. How you doing, Ace? Can Ace Jiggler please get a shout out? $19.95. How old are you? I'm 19 today. I'm 19 today. Yeah. Okay, so guys, wait. Why do you delete that chat, Neppy? She deleted the chat. How dare you? That's so unfair. She sent a voice note and then she deleted it. Now I will never get the name. I'm doing well. What about you? Every day above ground is a good day, Ace. Like today, like it's your birthday. Yes, it's my birthday today. Actually, I turned 19 today. According to CK. His birthday is in December. Shh. We're back to reading, guys. Ace, how you doing? How's Ninja Gaiden? Okay, I gotta read. I'll buy us some time at the entrance, Ayami-chan. You get out of here from the back with glasses, girl. See you at the shrine, Country Bumpkins. This dude is definitely 65. How dare you? Okay, glasses girl, are you ready? My name is Madoka. Nobody fucking asked. Happy early birthday, Ace. Okay, so Ace, do you know anything about this game? So I can, you know, introduce you to this. We're about to choose a bunch of ghosts. We're shooting ghosts. Those are ghosts. Oh my god. Hey, what I'm gonna throw this down there. Just fucking stick it in that fucking shit. Hey. Ah, come on, that's some bullshit. So, anime. It's safe to say I wouldn't trust Val to read my child a bedtime story. Hey, I'd read my kids bedtime stories all the time. I love reading them bedtime stories. I actually write my kids bedtime stories. They're like, Dad, I want a new story. I'm like, oh damn. I guess I gotta make a new one. My birthday isn't tomorrow, and I'm definitely not 19 anymore. I'm 19. See, the thing is, I didn't say I was 19 until somebody said I was 19. So because they said I was 19, I'm 19. I'm out here getting trolled. What you mean? Yeah, Neppy is actually 68, and her birthday is gonna be tomorrow. So happy 69th birthday, Neppy. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Get on the armored vehicle. In this vehicle? Oh, that vehicle. I can't believe I just shot a whole bunch of ghosts in their faces. Ninja Gaiden is pretty fun. It's been a while since I played a game like this. So yeah, is that side scroller? Are the ghosts actually managing vehicles? Wait, what? Am I driving? How the fuck do I drive this? Oh my god, I'm driving. Turn right! Oh my god. So a little bit of context says, this is Kinki. This is Kinki Spiritual Affairs Bureau. And it's a little bit unhinged. It kind of reminds me of Ghost Stories, but the dub version. We attacked a bunch of ghosts with a spiked bat and killed them successfully. It's only $13 on Steam, I think. It might be cheaper on Steam. I'm playing on Xbox though. It was $13 on Xbox, American. And yeah, we're getting shot at by ghosts that also shoot guns and drive cars and act like humans. And our comrades in arms are 14-year-old girls. Don't bother treating any fatally wounded spirits. Nothing wrong with being a December kid. Are you a December kid, Flying Wheel? The movie poster looks sick. Which movie poster? Oh, the one that I made for the YouTube video. Those are the best comments to have. Wait, what? That's wild. That's wild, chat. Okay. We will abandon this command post. Look at that spirit over there. It's fucking miserable. All remaining units deployed to attack Saga Shrine. The first objective is to secure the ritual artifacts. Amazing. The second objective is to kill Mitsuki Sharaishi. Oh, so her name is Mitsuki. I knew that. See, guys, I fucking knew that. I know things. 14-year-old girls. That I would not be comrades with a 14-year-old girl in arms. Sounds like an accident waiting to happen in terms of firearms. Oh, Adams? Yeah, dude, Adams is fucking it's a really good film. So since you're looking through the movie poster and stuff, the script is in there. The table reading is also there, just for the record. If you like reading, you can read the movie script and watch the table reading at the same time. It's that happened during COVID, so we were doing a Zoom's call. But yeah, it was a really fun time. Wait, what? I'm going to shower. You better be live when I'm back. I'm here until 6 p.m. Eastern. Like 35 minutes. Same. I take about an hour. How long is the shower? W question. Hey, Neppy. Will is heartbroken. You should send that voice note. Okay, anyways. Should we secure the perimeter in our vehicle? No. She's out of ammo. We'll leave her here. Is that a fucking ghost? They come to the shrine already. We gotta hurry up. Oh, well, here we go, guys. We're about to attack some more spirits, apparently. Can't see shit, dude. Are the lights? I thought the ghosts emanated light. So why the fuck do they have flashlights? I got so many questions. By the way, Ace, what game did you play before Ninja Gaiden? Oh, well, I'm just literally getting carried by the AI, dude. That's not even the same girl I escaped with. That's not even the same girl. What's the girl with the glasses? You know, glass girls? Why does the helmet make her head look cartoonishly oversized? Okay, check this out. You ready, Ray? Look at this. Ready? Bonk. Look at this walking. Look at this walking animation. Isn't that top tier or what? Am I not allowed to change weapons or what? What's going on here? Oh, never mind. Friendlies up at 12 o'clock. My dude, I will cap for you later. Need to go clean some Ninja Gaiden. I hope the stream goes well, friendo. Have fun, Ace. All the love. Good comms, Tino. You're welcome. I'm trying to catch up with the chat. I'm sorry. What's your status? 6 men standing. You mean women? What about them? They're captives. We just murdered a bunch of spirits. We don't have to. They're already dead. Oh, you're right. How's Madoka? She is still an SAB officer, so I threw her out of the force field. Good job. You let the enemy escape, dipshit. Maidens, gather around. Guys, I don't get maidens, so the fact that I'm actually gonna gather maidens around actually concerns me. Sooner or later, the Spirit Infantry Regiment is gonna rush in for an all-out offensive. My brain glitched. But they can't use explosives or they will damage the fragile ritual artifacts. So they committed to a human wave attack? You mean a spiritual wave attack? Yes, we should expect over 500 infantry spirits. Wow. It's 8 against 500, huh? Pretty fucking exciting. Their north slope is too steep, so they should be coming from the other 3 directions. I'm putting Shibayama and Nishioka in charge of the west. Got it. Oh, by the way, the stew is ready. Oh, I want some stew. Then let's eat together after this operation. Osaka and Kikugawa, you two are on the south. And Itakura and Hachisume are on the east. I will aid any injured maidens and direct Shiraishi-san to wherever she's needed. Wow, that's amazing. I'm glad you all trust me now. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I killed 5 of your friends. Listen up, girls. No matter how many spirits you exercise, the 212 people killed in Saiga Village will never come back. Not ever. If Kohinata has the ritual artifacts, he will repeat the same strategy in other villages and towns. We will end the insanity of the Funato project. Fight for the justice of the Yamato spirit. And make those abusive pieces of shit repent. You know, Neppy, you should narrate this whole thing, please. I'm not doing a good job at this shit. Anyways, yes, ma'am. So, I'm guessing this is the end of the game, guys. It has to be, right? Here they come from the gate. This gate or the other gate? Dude, that's not even the fucking gate. That's the side. I think it's amazing. Heavy armor spirits. What does that even look like, dude? What does that look like? What the fuck is that heavy armor spirit? Oh, I don't think that girl's gonna make it, guys. So, you gotta be kidding me. They're ramming into the shrine. What you mean? Oh! That actually made a lot more sense. Suicide spirits! We got sewer slice spirits! Wow. Amazing. Can you actually sewer slide if you're already dead though? Ah, you bitch. Yep. The west perimeter. Dude. What the fuck is everybody? Oh, hello. Is that the heavy spirit that we're talking about earlier? Guys, I actually don't know how to switch weapons. This is so silly. Hey, they got weapons. I could really use this. Please, let me run. Her lungs are filled with blood. I cannot read the rest. Fuck sakes. Hachisume's down. Shit, I'm on it. I don't know. I can't fucking read fast enough. Can't believe I'm actually having a fucking firefight with ghosts. And I thought Death Stranding was the strangest thing I played, but apparently not. Am I dead? Fuck, I'm dead. Ugh. By the way, Ray, I don't know what Neppy said about something looking like yours, but whatever she says, just know it's not true. So I just looked at the chat. I'm a terrible streamer, I'm sorry. What the heck, Val? What? Oh no! Please! Dude, I'm actually gonna die. 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 See, you're never on my side. I'm on your side. I'm by your side right now. See that we're like siblings. Dude, if I have to... The ghosts are pushing. The ghosts are fucking pushing. Please stop pushing. Oh my god. Ah! I got this under control. I mean, she wasn't fully wrong. I am scared of what you guys are talking about, so I shall not ask any questions because I feel like I might be in danger. And as much as I like danger, I'm already in danger as we speak. That motherfucker. That See, wait, what? What? I'll make you feel safe. Thank you, Will. I'm always glad to know that the boys... Ah, they got a fucking grenade! Very happy to know that the homies will keep me safe. They got a... They fucking suck. This has to be the last level, dude. There's no way. This has to be the last level, innit? They defeat the enemies on the rooftops. The rooftops? Let me just throw that in there too. I mean, Neppy did recommend the game, so it is definitely her fault. She's the one that said, Val, you should stream this. I'm like, okay, because clearly I don't learn my lessons. It is a ghost game. We're shooting at them. We're shooting at the ghosts. The ghosts got guns. I don't like the sound that thing is making. I don't like the sound that thing is making. Oh. I love ghosts with just straight up miniguns. Did I tell you that this game had a Yakuza sequence where we fought ghosts with a baseball bat and they were gang leaders? The ghosts were gang leaders. Oh, you bitch. Bomb strap ghosts? Yes. Kikukawa! Hang in there, Kikukawa! Her lungs won't stop filling with blood. If only we have more medical equipment. I'll be okay. I walk home. Kikukawa, if you didn't come to save us at the town hall, we would have been killed already. Oh, that was her? Oh, that's cool. The enemy. All dead. Osaki, Itakura, everyone on our side is okay. That's not true. I saw like 2 people die. Shiraishi-san. Sorry for hitting you when we first met. Aw. What you're talking about, forget that. Chief. You still gotta go to university and research maiden sorcery. By the way, for the record, chat, keep in mind these girls are supposed to be 14 years old. Except our character. How does this make any sense? They're shrine maidens with guns. The ghosts can carry guns, drive cars, and just straight up have military exercises. Just casual bullet holes through the lung, nothing serious, let me walk home. Right? Just Kinki for short. I don't know. I mean, there's something about Kikukawa that sounds nice. You're a machine. You probably just sit there and order a drink. I think I got the punch. He said, I feel like I be chilling, and you're right. Well, be chilling. You got too much talent to be wasting out here in the countryside. Never. Never. Never what? Never what? Oh. Shit. She was different from all the other girls here. What you talking about? She looks exactly the same like the other 4 or 8. He had no problems with her parents or school. Oh, that's what she meant. She took care of people and raised everyone's spirits in the shrine. Her dream was to work at the town hall and help everyone in the village. We all said she can get a better job than that. That's very wholesome and all, but can I shoot more ghosts? How about the ritual artifacts? It's safe. If the enemy hadn't made their way here, I was prepared to shoot the artifact. Oh, I was prepared to shoot the artifacts and off myself. What now? 20,000 sap spirits are trapped inside of the force field. The sap officers and vehicles are free to pass through. What about this? You make a talisman that allow only us to get in and out of the force field. And then if we swap it with the talisman on the mirror, it'd be a checkmate, right? Lifting the force field while it's still filled with so many spirits would cause a fatal explosion. So could you say that we are inside a fatal frame? Okay. Which would result in at least 5,000 spirits being launched into the outside world. Isn't that where they come from though? We'd be looking at thousands of casualties. Wow. Oof. So instead of taking the old talisman off, I will put our otherworld talisman on top of it. Wow. The what talisman? The otherworld. Keep up. I found it when I was researching the enshrined god, Sotohime Mikoto's maiden sorcery. It isolates Saiga village to the other worlds forever. What does that mean? So there wouldn't be anything or anybody that could reach the village. This is our last option. Assuming I can activate it, I will become something that is neither dead nor alive. Wow. The spirits will see me. The spirits wouldn't see me as their enemy anymore. You mean you turn immortal and be trapped in the force field? This is our only options if we want to save lives. Ayane-san, you You didn't ask to be born into the Saikawa family. You understand why your father cooperated with Kohinata, right? He handed over the force field spell to the government and ended the duty of the Saikawas. Oh, that's amazing. And wanted you to live your own life. Ah, so selfless. And you're just gonna throw it away? I don't care how many hundreds of people die in some explosion or whatever. How about we make it so just you and me can leave this force field? If the cops ask about any collateral damage, just tell them I forced you to do it. Wow, that's amazing. I should have gotten the death sentence 5 times already for what I've done. Wow, so deep. You might notice that I don't speak in a dialect, right? What? My father was a Shinto bureaucrat who was from Tokyo. He married into my mother's family, the Saikawas. My mother succumbed to illness when I was 2 and he raised me himself. I spent most of my time with my father, so I didn't pick up the local dialect. People call me chief and admire me at the shrine, but what? I've had no friends since I was an elementary schooler in Shimotaki. So this whole time she's been talking a different dialect than the other people, and we didn't fucking notice? Fuck. Madness. 5,000 rookie numbers. If you're playing Dynasty Warriors, yes. Eat your heart out, Red out. I know, right? By the way, this game is probably on PlayStation 5. It came out like last month, just for the record. Anybody that may be interested in some yank. Anyways, I had no friends since I was an elementary schooler in Shimotaki. But the elders in Saga Village were very nice to me every day. Eventually, I convinced myself that it was just because I was a daughter of the Saikawas. I hated the village. I believe that the maidens thought of me as an outsider from the city too. But that was just an assumption. Everyone who died with their fingers on the trigger. That's crazy. Not because you're a Saikawa. Oh yeah, that girl still has her finger on the proverbial trigger. But because they really admire your leadership and dedication to research. And amazing. I couldn't trust the maidens or the villagers. If my father made a deal with Kohinata to hand over the spell, then our family would be relieved of its duty. I was going to get out of this countryside village and go to university in Tokyo. I was prepared to turn my back on this place for good. I assume everyone would hate me for abandoning the village. I mean, everybody's dead, so you can sort of leave whenever you want. Hello, Maverick. Welcome in, brother. How you doing? Okay. Even though people believed in you all along, you never trusted anyone. Fudge. Now they're all dead because of the Saikawa's fault. How dare you, Saikawa? How dare you? So you're gonna make amends for it in the other world? The subtitles are so slow, dude. I'm good. I'm happy to hear that, man. Welcome in. I know that this looks like a weird game, but I just want to repeat this again. We got into a fist fight with a ghost and we knocked the frick out of that ghost. Out. Cold. On the floor. It was top 10. Amazing. This game is great. And there's one more reason. What's the reason? Even if I get out of the force field, the Ministry of Spirituality will pursue me wherever I go, then go to, I don't know, Myanmar. As long as someone possesses our family's knowledge, others will pursue them with evil intentions. That's crazy. You want to prevent that by any means necessary. I got Yakuza 0 ad. It was for the Switch too. Never mind. Apparently it has extra content. Allegedly. You want to prevent that by any means necessary. Anyways. Your father, the villagers, the maidens, and the enshrined god. All of them want you to live your own life and to be happy. In other words, they all be pissed at you for sacrificing yourself. I know, but I'm willing to let them chew me out until they can rest in peace. Shut the fuck up. Can we just get into the game, please? By the way, Maverick, what are you up to today? How was your day? Sorry. Fuck. I don't get young ones at all. That's right, because our character's actually old. If I were you, I auction off the ritual artifact for money. Oh, that's a good idea. I guess that's why nobody trusts me to take the lead on anything. Yeah, just auction it, dude. What's up with the smoke? Here, I'll leave this to you. What is that? This is the audio data from Kohinata's shitty presentation. I want you to publish this and tell everyone what happened to Saiga Village. Oh. That presentation was pretty nice though. People, gods, and spirits die completely when they're forgotten. Wow. Got it. I will avenge your father. Man, this Dreadout got nothing on this game, chat. Anyways, I'll go get a car. Drive down this road and cross the bridge. Okay. And when you see a convenience store at the end of the road, you will drive through one of the exits on the force field. Okay. Hey. I appreciate you getting revenge on Kohinata. Yeah, that's fine. But don't go wasting your life. We met in a shitty situation and spent only a few hours together, but you are... Yes? What am I? What am I? My first and only what? Friend I made in my whole life. Oh, that's so fucking wholesome. Amazing. What the fuck? Yo, caveman, how you doing? Welcome in, bro. Welcome in. Let me give you a shout out. Bear with. Maverick, let me also give you a shout out. Back to reading. Don't worry. I'm not so weak that I'd be killed by that old man chimney. Old human chimney, my bad. I cannot type and read, dude. I'll send you Kohinata's head by post. You should. I'll pass. I don't want that at all. I only been here for a short while, but I did pretty good back there for a brat, right? Dude, I give me a second. Hey man, how are you doing, bro? Three, okay. I think this is the right set of numbers, right? Yes, it is. 10 out of 10. I wish I could say see you again soon. Aw. You should go now. We're being kicked out by a 14-year-old dude. It's crazy. I might be a spirit if I can't get over this farewell. Then just curse me until you get bored. I'll take it. Goodbye, Ayane. This whole game has been an experience and a half, dude. Doing. I appreciate you just sitting here waiting to head to work. Damn, brother. How is work? How has work started? Or, your first month at work, rather. By the way, side note, Caveman, this game is a little weird, so you might want to watch the VOD if you ever find yourself a little too lost. Did she just explode? Oh, right, she's going to the other side. She said to drive through, right? Well then, it's gonna be hard work from here on out. By the way, she's not a high schooler, she's just dressed as one. Are we drinking that spit sake thing? Hello? Is this Tanyoka from Asagi TV? Did you listen to the audio data I sent? Pretty unbelievable, right? But that's definitely Kohinata's voice. Oh, I also sent the data to other media outlets. The breaking news speed run has already started. Huh? A scumbag from the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication inside your office? Well, I don't care if you hesitate to air the data or not. Amazing. I sent the data and asked a couple of influencers to spread it on the internet earlier. Guys, somebody find that YouTube channel so that we may show them some love. You'd be getting backlash and people will call you the government's dog if you didn't publish the data. That's crazy. This whole thing, this whole government conspiracy spirits thing doesn't make a fucking lick of sense, but I will take it. Doing good and shit. I love weird hop right to the middle of the madness. Again, I repeated this multiple times, but we shot ghosts. I want to emphasize ghosts with an AR rifle, or rather an AR, because the rifle would be an oxymoron. We got into a fist fight with a ghost in a bathroom, and we knocked the ghost out. That's the sort of game this is, apparently. Okay, so back to it. You'll be getting backlash and people will call you the government's dog if you didn't publish the data. I hope your daughter's concert is going well. That's so evil, dude. Good luck. That sounds kind of like a Skype phone call. Hello, is this Shuri Madoka's bereaved family? I'm not dead. I wanna fucking... Damn. I wanna fucking redacted myself for being part of that genocide plan, though. God damn it. Now I gotta censor that other half, too. Then let's make up for that sin. Stealing the force field spell and destroying countryside villages using spirits. The Ministry of Spirituality is capable of that, right? But wiping out villages, websites, and social media accounts, and even addresses on the map, is a different story. So then other ministries, party leaders, and social media companies could be considered accomplices, right? To confirm that, you know what we do, right? Do you remember that thing we made in that garage in Masuhara? Does it still work? Yes, it does. It reeks like a musty sports jersey, though. Then let's get back at them. Yo, Yuda. Brother, how you been? Let me give you a shot. Hold on. I got you. Brother, you missed a freaking whirlwind of a game. Okay, back to reading. This is a total mess. This G-side has become the Ministry of Spirituality's biggest scandal since World War II. What began as protests in front of the Parliament buildings have devolved into riots. Amazing. What happened? Brother, this game is insane. Like, it plays really janky, and it's probably made by one person. But, again, I've been bringing this up a lot, but have you ever played a game where you get to AR ghosts, like actual ghosts, and then you get into a bathroom fist fight with one of them and knock their ass out cold? Or a game where you get to kill the girl from The Ring, you know, the movie The Ring, with a tombstone? It's 10 out of 10, brother. It's 10 out of 10. Marvelous lore making. Gotta read. Forensic Officer Maduka. What began as protests in front of the Parliament buildings have devolved into riots. The riot police and the JGSDF have opened fire on rioters, resulting in numerous casualties. I cannot read today, dude. What the fuck is wrong with me? The Ministry of Spirituality has refused to consent to a policy. Hey, Gato! What's good? I saw your name and I stopped reading, my bad. How you doing, Gatito? It's always good to see you, bro. All the love. Okay, my bad. The Ministry of Spirituality has refused to consent to a police search and have closed off their headquarters to outsiders. The tense standoff between police and the Ministry of Spirituality continues with no end in sight. This whole standoff is a farce. Everyone knows the police are dogs of the government too. That's crazy. Long time no see indeed, Gatito. It's been like 4 days, bro. Thank you for sharing that TikTok clip, by the way. I appreciate you. How you doing, though? By the way, I do invite Yuda and Gato to check this game out. It's like $13.99 on Xbox. Might be cheaper on Steam, but it's a funny ass game. It doesn't have any voice acting, but it's funny as hell. It's great. So Yuda, if you just want to have like a janky game to relax, or Gato, since you're getting yourself into more of a content creation space, this is something you want to look into. I do plan to make videos out of this. You're doing good on the voice acting already, brother. I got only one voice. I got this, and then I got the clown voice. But I cannot use the clown voice. Not in this game, at least. I appreciate you, dude. By the way, guys, let me do some formalities before I continue reading. If you guys don't know the three gentlemen in the chat, Gatito is a fellow streamer. He is a VTuber. Right now, he's getting into a new space in terms of content creation, so do show him some love. If you are also a content creator, please give him some pointers. I'm sure he would really appreciate that. Hey, Comet, I was looking at the chat when you redeemed, bro. Welcome in. Caveman is also a fellow streamer, so check them out as well. He's actually playing, I think he's still playing Wolfenstein on the highest difficulty. So that's awesome. Who needs help in content creation? Gatito is getting to that space. And Judah is actually a game dev. He is learning how to make video games, and that is freaking cool to me. That's freaking awesome. And again, they all stream, so check them out. Show them love. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate you, brother. So yeah, definitely please check them out. And for the three gentlemen in the chat that I just mentioned. Any of the kind souls that go your way, they're probably also streamers, so do consider checking them out as well. Okay, back to reading we go. The government is just buying time to clean up all the evidence of their involvement. I will go in and take all the evidence before they do. The first objective in the terminal in the the first objective is the terminal in the server room on the 26th floor. What the? Is that the freaking heavy armor set from Modern Warfare 3? The second objective is the Counselor Shuda. The second objective is Counselor Shido on the 27th floor. Comment, how you doing, bro? Ray, can you give Comment a shout out as well? Hell yeah, thank you. I got some audio issues to fix before I'll be on Wolfenstein again, playing Gears of War today though. What is causing the issues? Do you know what's causing the issues? Okay, my bad. Let me just go back to reading. The second objective is Counselor Shido on the 27th floor. Police cars ahead. Hit him! Brother, that is the heavy armor from Modern Warfare 3, isn't it? Misuki Shiriaishi, you're under arrest for trespassing in a spiritual disaster zone and conspiracy to plot an insurrection. How did they already figure out it was me in here? Who else would it be doing something this crazy? You got me. Modern Warfare 3 does intro. This is it, Makarov. Doesn't leave here alive. This is for soap. This is a freaking grenade launcher. Oh, we went from killing ghosts to killing... I don't know what the fuck we're killing, actually. Police officers? Somebody in the... Fuck them. Heads needs to update. I gotta download it. I'll fix it later. Fair enough. I wonder if this soundtrack is... Hey, they call me the P word. I don't appreciate that. Give me a second. Killing police is fine. They shot you first. That shouldn't have read that shit out loud. Fuck. I'm wearing heavy armor. Fuck you and fuck you. I will kill everything. I'll kill you. I'll kill the ghosts. I will kill Sadako from the ring again. Are we heading for the elevator? Hey, nice. Fuck you too. This game is a top 10, dude. Love it. Brother, yes. They actually have like a whole lore explanation of why she's wearing wait. Okay. They were like, oh, I'm not wearing a high school uniform for no other reason to be bait for ghosts. They went out of their way to be like, yeah, the school uniform, I'm like, I'm an adult. I just wear this to attract the ghosts. And then they go like, oh, the generic characters, it's actually makeup. We use the same makeup. And then when they were talking about the bullets, they're like, yeah, we make these bullets that are meant for ghosts, but they also work on humans too. They cover their asses with the lore just to kind of like justificate the shortcomings. I actually appreciate that a lot. I prefer night shift myself, but have a good night at work. Neppy loves night shifts, dude. And if she said no, she's fucking lying. What happened with that other game you were playing with the girls with the water guns? The one with the anime aesthetic. I will still be playing that. That's actually one of the games that Inepia here recommended. Shout out to Neppy. But yeah, she recommended that. I still have not beat. I have to play that. I have to play Global Defense Force. I have to play Dead Rising 4. And Not next week, the week after, we started doing a small Call of Duty marathon. It's gonna be a fun time. But yeah, we're still gonna be playing that. I only beat 1 campaign out of 5. That game, unironically speaking, actually has a whole lot of fucking plot. The issue is that I don't care about the plot. But it has it. It has the plot. Okay, I gotta read. My armor can't take any more punishment. I'm taking it off. The 25th floor has a variety of open and closed spaces. Make sure you swap between your rifle and shotguns when your surroundings call for it. Is the Parliament building okay? It's on fucking fire. What you mean if it's okay? Riders broke in during an emergency meeting and set the place on fire. I wonder how many Parliament members died. It's safe to say we'll be seeing a lot of new faces by election. You should throw your hat into the ring for the next election. I will when I come back from prison. Dude, this is literally... Oh, wait. That's... Oh! She had a gun. I thought she was a civilian. Sakura, which game? Is it one of the games you recommended? Because we're gonna be doing the roulette. These guys are clearly not ghosts. Dude, she even has the same haircut, kind of, doesn't she? You know what? Get this freaking grenade in there. That grenade takes too long. I cannot cook the grenades either. I hope the COD complaints the plots are amazing. I really do like... fuck. I really do like the plot. I just don't really do multiplayer that much. Because I'm bad at it, specifically. I wonder if there's gonna be a building full of ghosts. Yeah. 3.5 seconds for frags. Yeah, I think that's more than 3.5. Let's see. That's about 6 seconds. I'll say 6 seconds and 5 milliseconds. And that's because I miscounted, so it could also be 7. Remember, no Russian. No Japanese! Jesus Christ. You betrayed us. Shut the heck up. Don't talk to the Chevy version of Makarov like this. Honestly, my saving grace is that the grenades are... Oh! No! The game crashed! The game actually crashed! You gotta be joking! The game crashed! Oh! No way! Oh! That's the first crash in 3.5 hours. The jank, isn't it freaking amazing? Ghost game, by the way. Dread out, never heard of it. Kinki Spiritual Affairs Bureau. Freaking top 10, dude. Freaking quality. Quality, bruv. I wonder if the game is gonna crash when it loads. No, it just loaded me up right in the middle of the battle. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Wow. No, it's not with a Y, it's with an I. Yeah, apparently I do have a melee. I need... Oh, hello. Bro, I don't know if I'm fighting the camera more than I'm fighting the soldiers, or if I'm fighting the bullets from the walls. Okay, that's a machine gun, dude. They're shooting at me with their fucking ghost bullets. I think the V-Sync is actually kind of weird. I need to get over there somehow. I just don't know how. Never mind, I figured it out. Oh! That might work. Oh! What the fuck? They just started throwing new enemy types at me? The heck, dude? Of course. That makes a whole lot of fucking sense. Guys, do you think we can actually get this dude? Oh, we got him. Fucking excuse me. Get me the fuck out of here, please. Logged in as root. I will open the port to transfer the data. Okay, I'm sending some data that looks like the Funato project. Hold on. This place is what? A severed farm and a graveyard? What? Tokyo doesn't have the space to build graveyards? So, you mean there's people in the servers? Anyways, server room's door has been locked. Armed spirits are inbound. Oh, dude, we're gonna shoot the ghosts. How sturdy do you think this gravestone is? It's made out of titanium, so... Then I should be able to do this. Oh, you gotta be fucking joking. No, you shouldn't. Well, here we go, guys. We're doing it again. Where the fuck are these fucking ghosts at? Let me at them. What do you think you're doing to those graves? Desecrating them, apparently. Bonk. Bonk. What the fuck? Bonk. I'm gonna die. Come here, please. Okay. We're doing something right, guys. I'm not fucking sure what we're doing, but we're doing something. Dude, I can't see nothing. Is there supposed to be somebody down there? There is in these... Oh my god. Yep. 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 This is definitely the way. Hello. Oh. I kind of appreciate that I don't have to get med packs. or med kits just to make it through. I would have been freaking dead a long time ago. Hello. Oh my god. This is not right, dude. This cannot be right. Did we do it? Can I get this? Oh my god. So who the fuck is this guy? Counselor, do you have a moment? 5 minutes. 5 minutes is all I need to get rid of scum like you. Or something like that. The Ministry of Spirituality security was really tight. They almost killed me. Not really sure what I'm seeing here. One of them was my nephew. Oh, that's gotta suck. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. How does it feel hitting your colleagues? They also came to kill me. It's fair. There is a helicopter on the helipad. Why don't you escape? The GSDF officers are positioned on the surrounding rooftops armed with stingers. Wow, that's surrounding the fucking rooftops, dude. Welcome back, SpongeBob. They probably received orders from Prime Minister Ida. There's no way out. Then that means you've been caught off too. My face and name have been exposed all over Japan. It'd be useless to try and run anywhere. It's all over. It's over, guys. Chin up, sir. I threw everything into the Funato project. It had taken me years to gain the funding and support to get it off the ground. Not to mention the means to keep it all hidden. Everything was to keep the people safe from the harm and pain caused by spirits. But then you, a fully grown woman, shamelessly wearing a child's uniform, ruined the project in one night. Poor thing. Okay, counselor, give me the names of everyone who was involved. I will take a vertical video so it'll go viral. Does the name Yoshihiko Shido mean anything to you? Right now, he's sleeping peacefully in our car. My accomplice just told me he rolled over in his sleep. You know, kids' souls don't turn into evil spirits. Is that a fucking whiskey bottle? Right. Their egos haven't developed enough yet. But if in their lives they happen to have certain experiences, long periods of abuse or torment, for example, then it's a different story. Are you serious? Leave my grandson out of this. By the way, Spungle, how are you? Welcome back. Damn, it was TikTok ready. That fucking phone was TikTok ready, man. Leave my grandson out of this. You think none of those poor old men and women from Saiga had grandchildren. An economic downturn and an aging population caused increasing unseen deaths and sewer slides. Your responsibility is to figure out how to prevent these problems. But what you did is turning an innocent village into a landfill and try to justify it as being for the future. Did you actually kidnap his grandson? Of course not. It's just a bluff, idiot. You supposedly needed allies like government organizations and companies to wipe out the village. The evidence should be in the data. The evidence should be in the data I got in the server room, but people need to hear it straight from the horse's mouth, so that everyone will make memes on the internet and no one will forget about the truth. I want every representative and bureaucrat to suffer from PTSD for at least 50 years. That's crazy. If I confess, will you release my grandson? Yes. I swear on the souls of the 213 people who lived in Saiga Village. Okay. But it's too late. Oh! You're good. And you are dense. I'm glad you're still alive. If the government eliminates all evidence of the Futano, my brain went to another fool, and I actually disturbed myself. What's wrong with me? If the government eliminates all evidence of the Funato project, they will start by erasing you. Good point. First of all, I have information on more than just the Funato project. My position as a section chief of the KSAP is a cover-up. The war crimes in Myanmar, assassinations of political opponents, bribes, bid rigging, and so on. I could turn the country upside down 5 times over with what I know. Do you know the perfect place where you can get such information? The Cabinet Intelligence Agency. Exactly. That's my real job. The Cabinet Office Office. Exactly, that's my real job. The Cabinet's Office coffee is so good. So anyways, I promised the higher ups to protect the secret and eliminate Misuki Shiraishi. That's crazy. Bro, they even took Myanmar to this game. Wow. I know, right? So he is still CIA, just without the copyright. Exactly. In exchange, they will spare me and allow me to start a new life with a new identity. Oh, heck yeah, dude. You get that new identity. What a businessman. I'm actually surprised that they put so much effort into the lore. Honestly, I'm actually surprised. Because this is the sort of game that I would play just for the lols, you know? Just for the gag. And that is quite funny. Everything about it is hilarious. But there's actual intention with this lore. And I actually appreciate that. Okay, back to reading. What a businessman. Well, the Ministry of Spirituality will be disbanded because of the scandal. And local governments will have to take care of spirit themselves. Villages and towns in the countryside without a budget won't be able to handle the problem though. The smoke is jank. One in the JPEG is freaking amazing, dude. Villages and towns in the countryside without a budget won't be able to handle the problem, though. Therefore, more people will move to metropolitan areas. Watch the delay on the square that is smoke. Yeah, I saw it. The smoke is like way down there, dude. The population in Japan is just under 100 million. It's ridiculous to take care of the countryside in this situation. Japan can hold up as long as Tokyo survives. You're awfully loyal to Tokyo for such a country bumpkin. Maybe you're right. Killer. Oh, no, no, no. Move, 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 move. What is this exactly? Is that coffee? Are those copies of something? Is that a fucking Roomba? Is that a okay. Yeah, that worked. Damn, you guys kill her. Got that? Bro, this game is definitely an experience. I'm so happy that I actually am playing this. Not sure why I'm so happy, but I'm definitely happy. There's something about Yankee games, man. Especially when there's ghosts involved. Don't forget the military squad of spirits that was trained in military operations. I think that's a heavy armor enemy. Hold on. Freaking, just throw another grenade in there. It takes about 7 seconds. And just for the record, the controls are actually as janky as the game itself, dude. Like, the controls are exceptionally janky. No, I'm not missing the bullets. The game tells me if I miss bullets. Okay, yeah, I missed those bullets. I'm out of ammo. You know what? Maybe I was missing every single bullet. Because that shotgun shell just hit him just right and he dropped. The soundtrack is pretty freaking banger too, isn't it? Oh my god. Wow. I want to double tap, but I don't see the enemy whatsoever. I think you guys in the stream can see a little bit better than I do. Okay. Where are you? Please announce yourself. Thank you. Woo! Where's this guy at? Oh! They popped us. Well, aren't you having a bad day? Dude, that was really freaking unfortunate now, wasn't it? got a radar lock. What? The Shinto agency? Don't they know how much I pay them? The Bumpkin Chief is dead. Are we clear to open fire at the SAA's Apache? We need to ask the higher-ups. Oh! She's still alive! Oh, they are still alive. Wow. Hey, Shiraishi. You joined exactly a year ago, right? How's work going? Is it better than when you were at the JGSDF? Well, it's better than shooting at people, but it still leaves me a feeling... Pardon me. Well, it's better than shooting at people, but it still leaves me feeling a bit empty inside. Is something the matter? No matter how many spirits I exercise, no ones just spawn over and over. We need to stop them, even if it means getting our hands dirty. You work for the Spiritual Policy Division at HQ, right? If you have an idea, I will do it. What an idiot. Are you saying you just do anything I told you? Get out of here. Just focus on your task. Oh, go ahead. Yes, sir. So I think the maidens actually started dressing as the girl that sacrificed herself. Do your best, Shiraishi. What the fuck was this, dude? Oh, this is a live stream. Hi guys, we Tawamugi here. Thank you guys for all of your requests for ghost hunting spots. Hello, hello Raid. Hello, I'm waving my hands. You guys cannot see it though. Hi. How are you guys doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Bubble Sword, welcome in. Cookie, welcome in. I did hear that you were playing Destiny 2. How was that? Bubbles Raid. Hi Mels. We just finished the game, but we still have 2 hours to go. How are you guys doing? How was the games? Val, how the frick are you? So let me tell you this, Cookie. I played a game where I was allowed to shoot a gun at ghosts and then proceeded to kill the girl from The Ring, you know, the horror movie, by smashing her with a tombstone. And then I got into a fist fight with a ghost in a bathroom and I knocked the frick out of that fucking ghost. I'm doing amazing. By the way, I am Beer. Welcome back. It's good to see you. You smashed Samara. I did not smash Samara. I did not smash anybody. It's just a little bit complicated. It's just a little bit complicated. No. Hi, Cookie. How you doing? And Bubbles, are you liking Destiny 2? Okay, I gotta go back to reading. My apologies, guys. Thank you guys for all of your requests for ghost hunting spots. I come to our most requested hunting ground, an abandoned factory in Ikuma town, Shiga. There was a serious incident here 50 years ago where 16 people died. Wow. That's crazy. Now, this place is so spiritually perilous that the Ministry of Spirituality has even forbid grieving families from entering. Isn't that just wild? Fucking wild. Mac, how you doing? Welcome in. Hater behavior. I mean, I saw what I saw too. By the way, Bubbles and Cookie, welcome to the Backrooms when? Fucking, that would never get easier. Dude, that would never get easier. Welcome back, DOC. Bubbles and Mac played D2 for like 2.5 hours straight. I feel sorry for them both. But I did not smash the frick out of Samantha, whatever the frick her name is. I smashed her with a tombstone. That's what I said. I'm away for the next week. Message me, Cooks. Please. We gotta get that game done. Okay, I gotta go back to reading. My apologies. Now, this place is so spiritually perilous that the Ministry of Spirituality has even forbid giving families from entering. Isn't that just wild? It's 2 a.m. in Japan, and you know what that means. It's wishing hour. No, it's at 3 in the morning, isn't it? Something happen any second. Oh, something will happen any second now. For real. Any second now. I came prepared with a list of questions and some pepper spray to try on them. Pepper spray. They got fucking pepper spray. That's crazy. No, the Val smash. No, Cookie. I did not smash anybody. I'm just an innocent boy. Whenever we're all free, I can make myself free. Just not on the days I'm not free. I am very innocent. Not everybody's like you. I said what I said. Not everybody's like you, Nels. I am innocent. Not everybody's like you, Cookie. I'm innocent. Me and Bulbasaur and Ray are innocent. Not everybody smashes Sam. Is that her name, Samara? Well, I did not smash Samara. Okay. You ready, chat? Like, if the government didn't want anyone running around here, they should have locked it. Someone was bound to trespass sooner or later. Okay then, let's get going. Don't forget to turn your lights off, chat. Chat, remember, turn off your lights. We are innocent twins, Tino. Hi, CK. I saw that. Whoa, it's pitch black in here. Should have seen that coming. It looks like it'd be an awesome spot for a photo shoot. What is this? It looks tall. It looks like a wheel of something. Oh well, let's just keep going. By the way, I don't know if you guys can tell, but there's like an in-game chat. It's kind of crazy. Oh my god. It's blood? Hold on. This blood. Doesn't it look fresh? Oh shit! It's an astral spirit! Put on... what? Help me! Put on a helmet! Ah! Oh! Fuck, they got the streamer too, dude. Sorry, Cookie, I looked at the chat. Kinki Spiritual Affairs Bureau. You wanna die, idiot? Why are you here? Oh! My phone! So what? Your viewers would have been cursed too, you moron. But I got a ton of requests from my viewers to ghost hunt here. Duh, I sent you requests on multiple accounts. This is Vulture to KSAP. We have an incident at an abandoned factory in Ikuma. A streamer has trespassed on the restricted area and is injured. She will be taken to the nearest hospital. The spirits around here have gotten aggressive. They started twerking, requesting to bomb the area before it gets serious. One injured. Copy that. But about the bombing, Shiga Professor and Ikuma Town are arguing over who will pay the demolition cost. The Act on Prevention of Unjust fuck's sakes. Hey, CK. What is this game? Well, this game is Kinki Spiritual Affairs Bureau. And that's all I got for you. How you doing, CK? I'm glad you liked the edit, buddy. I appreciate it. I might have to repost in the long form. I'm catching up with the chat, by the way. Fuck it. Scam. What you mean scam? Nah, Valve's voice acting better than the actual game. It is, because the game doesn't have any voice acting. I'm just fangirling over CK. We all fangirl over CK, bro. The Steam's Unity game. I'm playing it on Xbox, bro. You ain't allowed to die, Mrs. Mac. Let her die, bro. Nah, I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't let Mels die. Why is it Kinki and not Kinki? Because it's Japanese, CK. Bro, what? Don't let her die. I'm getting hit with a lot of periods. Mel, I wouldn't let that slide. Where's Neppy? I miss her. Neppy is probably playing Apex. Now you see why I said that, chat. Mels, Mac, you're listening? Mels text me with hating messages every other day. And she's like, you will die one day, old man. I'm like, I'm not even old. I'm 19, bro. So please, do something about your girl. Please. I cannot take this sort of psychological abuse anymore, Mac. She's breaking me down, Mac. Should I call her? Should I call who? I'll compromise. You die in game. No. You probably deserve it, Mac. I thought we were besties, man. I see how it is. Okay, we gotta get back to reading. The Act on Prevention of Unjust Acts by Spirits. Article 13, Emergency Clause. If a citizen trespasses a spiritually perilous area and is injured, an officer of the Spiritual Affairs Bureau must rescue the citizen and is given authority to demolish any surrounding buildings. Welcome back, Dory. Welcome back, Dory. Let me see. Hold on. I'm actually trying to catch up with Shad. I miss out a lot. I don't know. You keep saying my girl should die. Whoa, 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 whoa. I did not keep saying. I only said it once. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Mels, how are you feeling, by the way? I know you're sick, buddy. You doing any better? I'm taking a small break from breathing. I need like a small break. One time too many. I'ma do it again, Mac. Mels, thank you. You don't have to do that, bro, but I appreciate you so much. I hope you know that. Well, she even gave you bits. Be nice. I'm nice all the time. I'm still ill. Hurts to eat. What is wrong? No, like, all jokes aside. What you got? You got strep throat or like fever? He's a scallywag. You know, my own mods are attacking me. What to do, what to do. What to do. Okay, I gotta get back to reading. Mitsuki, that's why you tricked the streamer into going to the factory? Hey, section chief. You are the section chief now. Talk like a professional. Jeez, I only been section chief for 2 days. Give me a fucking break. You don't remember? Kohinata was always ready to shuck his ass straight at our heads. Keep your shit up. Dory, how's your day going, bud? Anyways, drop bombs here. You got it? Hey, Hunter 1, come in. Wow, they got a fucking Apache? This is Hunter 1. I'll be in the target area in 2 minutes. I'm taking the injured person to a secure area. I will give the signal to start bombing after that. Wow. Copy that. By the way, I made up for what I did, alright? You forgive me, right? Do I need to be here? Don't be grumpy, Chief. Your job is to explain what happened to HQ and the local government. Now I'm going straight home after I take the injured person to the hospital, and I'll take PTO next Monday. Happy Friday, guys. Shiraishi out. Amazing. It's fucking amazing. Surprisingly, Maruoka and I have returned to our work. It's because our allies have taken seats in the provisional government after the riot. That's amazing. And the government was too afraid of public backlash to arrest me and Maruoka. But still, I'm not gonna lie. Kohinata and Shido were right. The Spiritual Affairs Bureau can only take care of 2,000 or 3,000 spirits a year. Despite 10,000 unlawful spirits spawning in at the same time. I know it never ends, and it might seem meaningless. But I have a reason why I keep exercising them. What's the reason? As long as I live, I will send souls to Ayane Saikawa as offerings. That's so nice. Well, that was the game, apparently. Now back to reading. Migraine, girl problems, and other illnesses. It's fun. Jesus Christ, Smells. You're having a really rough patch, bro. I hope you feel better soon. I really do. That freaking sucks. Let me see, what else did I miss out on? Mac, how was the games with Bubbles? Bear with that. I'm actually still trying to like read the messages. For F's sake, I have a 1-minute ad. What the fuck, Twitch? Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. Those are like the only type of ads that reduce the amount of anything. I've heard with a ghost cinematic. Crazy. The asteroid for finding Nemo is so awesome. That's what I said. It's because of the phone, isn't it? Crazy. CK is just out here calling people out. Oh, CK, I don't follow you. What the heck? Let's fix that. If you need to throw up, hold on. Will's the biggest scallywag. Hey, don't talk about Will like that. He's a wholesome boy. Val, who is Samara? No fucking clue. No clue who that is. I just know that I killed somebody with a tombstone. That's all I know. Will, stay away from the girls. Will, don't stay away from the boys. Even I know I follow CK. Dude, I know. Like, I'm such an L, dude. Okay, hold on, guys. I gotta catch up with you guys for real. We all follow CK? I know, dude. Pause, what? What? The ending music thing out of 10? I don't even stream. You will today. Well, not today, someday. Max said it was so... Fuck, I'm having such a hard time keeping up with chat. Hold on. Let me put you guys on like a big screen. Hold on. Because I cannot see you guys all that well. Oh, hey, Neppy, welcome back. People were just asking about you. Okay, so Mac, I missed your message, Mac. Hold on. Max said, brother, where was Mac's message? What the frick? Okay, there it is. It was okay. Bubbles was just surprised at me getting things. Isn't that like the whole point of the game, to kind of like kill things? Because you're a sweat. I did see Mac play though. He's really good at it. And Reavers too, dude. Shout out to Reavers. I haven't seen Reavers in a minute, but shout out to Reavers. He's busy as fuck with work. Well, guys, that was Kinki Spiritual Affairs Bureau. Thoughts? Concerns? I need to know more about this game, dude. He was streaming yesterday. I know. I saw him. You see, the thing about me is I lurk, but I don't chat. I just lurk. $10. I think it was more like $13 on Xbox, because I'm playing on Xbox right now. We got all the achievements on this game too. So that's kind of nice. I'm definitely first. Yeah. I mean, it's a good game. I enjoyed it. You should continue the Age anime game. I don't have it downloaded, bro. I'm gonna be real. Elaborate. What are we elaborating on exactly? He had bouncing. Crazy. That's a crazy thing, chat. I don't remember that game at all. I don't remember that game. Never happened. I'm kind of curious. Hold on. What even is on Game Pass? Oh, hey guys, I got Metal Gear Survive. I forgot about that. He said it was for the plot. It was not. It was for the plot. It was for the plot. What do you mean? What do you mean? It was for the plot. Give me a second. I gotta continue reading. It was for the plot. You were not watching for the plot. If you play that, I will start following. I will be playing Metal Gear Survive on stream in the future, but not today. I don't have the mental capacity for it at all. I never played it before. How bad is it? Like, how bad is it across the board? Like, everything. How bad we talking? Because that might be a YouTube game, not a Twitch game. Okay, I think I caught up with the chat. It was an insane... Girl, you missed so much. It was an insane stream. What you mean? As a Metal Gear game is bullshit. Yeah, I was expecting that. Like, even from the screenshots, I was like, dude, there's no way this is a Metal Gear game, dude. What the fuck? There's no way. That's an actual game, dude. As a game, mediocre and boring at times. Yeah, I think that's gonna be a YouTube game, dude. Honestly. But yeah, CK, you missed out on a few things for sure. Just a few things though. I released new music. I played some really weird games, like Death Stranding. Which, for those that were here for Death Stranding, what is more strange, for lack of better words? Is it this, Kinki, or is it Death Stranding? Which one could it be? Only 2 clips today, so sad. Um, Ma'am, there's 6 of them, and we still have like 1 hour and some minutes to go. By the way, Mac, just for the record, Mels kept coming back for that one game. Just so you're fully aware. Just so everybody is fully aware. Now we need some real action stuff, V love. Follow me on Snapchat for real action. Death Stranding was rare because we talked with you and you talked with us. It was really fun. It was. That's actually something I enjoyed about Death Stranding, that there was so much idleness per se that it allowed me to to engage with you guys a lot more in a significant way. Thou is wild on Snap. I do be. The other day, and I'm not sure which story I posted this. So if you guys missed it, then I probably posted it on the other story. But I was doing questions and somebody's like, what do you think about Jake? And I'm like, fuck Jake. I don't know anybody named Jake. But fuck him. I'm gonna go chill in bed, head and eyes hurt. Have a good night, Mels. Rest well. Jake is great. I don't know one. I never, in my lifetime, I never met anybody named Jake. Which is kind of weird, considering how normal that name is. By Melanie. That's not her name. That's not her name, but I respect that. What should we play, guys? I have Call of Duty scheduled. Nah, her name is Melanie, guys. Call of Duty Ghosts might be a good idea, actually. Actually, let's do that. I never played the campaign in Ghosts. Give me a second. This is gonna be my first time ever. Man, let's go to bed already, dude. No, I'm joking. Have a good night, though. Feel better soon, please. Let's go ahead, update the stuff over here. Mels, don't forget to drink water. Dude, it's hilarious because it's like, I don't say water, and then proceeds to say water. I set my goal now. I'm gonna start saving for the choose a game for me to play and make you play Fortnite. Damn. I'm gonna suck at Fortnite, Dory. Just so you know, I'm not good at shooters. I'm so bad. I'm terrible. Okay, so just to verify, guys, I never really played the story. I only ever played the alien mode for the achievements, specifically the achievements. So this is gonna be, I think this is gonna be fun. Is there anything I need to know about this game? Okay, we got files. Probably turn up that. Turn this up. Vibration. I love this game. Do you though? Oh, crud. Keep your tags correct. What tags? Contextual lead. What is contextual lead? Sensitivity. I think I'm gonna go with 4. Safe area. What is a safe area? Oh, okay. This game is fine in my opinion. It is just being released after Modern Warfare Trilogy. What's the problem? You think so? For some reason, it reminds me of the Wii U version of this game. This game got a Wii U version? Okay, guys. Every time I played a COD game, I played on Veteran. So we might not beat the game today, but we're definitely doing it in Veteran.
It was a different time, a different enemy. 60 men from Tier 1 teams were sent to face down a force of 500 enemy fighters. Their objective? To force the enemy back from a civilian hospital and keep its occupants alive. For 3 days they held their ground, but the enemy's numbers were too great. The 60 were cut down to 15. They wouldn't last another night, and the enemy knew it. Under the cover of darkness, they evacuated the hospital, sending only one of their own to lead the way. The rest returned to the line and took up positions beneath the bodies of their fallen brothers. As they lay in wait, the blood from the dead poured over them. The sand stuck to their skin like a shroud, changing them, anointing them. When the enemy drew near, the remaining 14 rose out of the desert sand. They were like hunters that couldn't be seen, using stealth their enemies couldn't defend against. When the men ran dry of ammunition, they used their blades. And when the blades ran dull, they used their hands. When the dust and sand had settled, only one of the enemy had survived. He was picked up in the desert, wandering aimlessly, traumatized. He expressed warnings to others of a force so menacing and unbeatable, it could only be described as supernatural. He called them ghosts.
And this really happened.
So the legend goes.
Come on, Dad. You don't honestly believe that story's true?
Yeah, I do. Come on, let's head back to the house.
That was an interesting intro, guys.
Shake a leg.
Yo, Savage, how you do? Welcome it. Ray just said Call of Duty Ghosts is not my game. I do remember. Again, I never played this before, so this is my first time ever. But I do remember people saying that this game was not good, and there was like a cutscene where they replicated Modern Warfare 2, perhaps, or 3. I think it was 2. Yo, I used to shit on this game when it first came out. You would have loved Kinki, Spiritual Affairs Bureau, Savage. I know you would have. I need to turn down the brightness. This game is too bright. I thought it would be darker, but it isn't. It's sad that there's not a COD Ghost 2. The ending had me wait to think of the sequel. Also, it ends on a cliffhanger. Am I supposed? Oh. Am I? Oh, shit. I ain't gotta ask for any elaboration. Just watch the VOD. By the way, when I got myself in the ditch, I cannot climb out.
Dad, what's happening? To the house, boys, now!
How you doing, Savage? How was your day? Ghost and BO4 are both horror. I did not like Call of Duty Black Ops 4. I did not. And I played just enough to know I don't like it.
You boys get to the house and stay there. I'm going for the truck. But Dad, just do it, son. Come on,
Val Sakurai is right. You're not ready. You guys do realize that I have beat multiple Call of Duty games on veteran on my first playthrough, right?
This way, Logan. Climb
Well, you guys cannot know that, but Sakurai does, because when he met me, I was playing Modern Warfare 3 on veteran.
Get inside.
I'll be fine. I probably will die a lot, but I'll be fine.
Thinking about what's Odin?
There's a difference. What is the difference? Remind me again how Cold War went. We beat the game in veteran.
Right here. Come on. It's Jim. Okay. 3, 2, 1, push.
World at War was probably the worst Call of Duty to play on veteran. It will be okay, guys. Trust. If I suck, blame CK and Neppy. What's going on here exactly?
Payload, this is Odin Control. Ready to receive.
Odin Control, we're heading back to debrief the new crew.
Roger. We're prepping airlock C.
Black Ops easy?
Final docking sequence.
Black Ops 2 I found really easy.
Begin rotate. 5 meters, payload. Mosley, airlock C is ready for arrival. Capturing. Top match barber pole. Begin retract. Copy.
Hey, those are some really nice boots.
Pressurizing.
Are they Balenciagas?
Oh, really looking forward to going home. What's it been? 3 months?
Am I gonna get into a firefighting here? Check the Discord. Bear with. Black Ops 2 is my favorite of all old CODs. Mine is Call of Duty 1. Just straight up Call of Duty 1. Oh my god, they do have Black Ops 2 and Ghost on the Wii U. Bro, that is oh, that's so cool.
Houston, repeat. They're on the shuttle. There's an enemy foothold on Odin Control. Get on Odin Control. We are taking fire.
Are we having a whole firefighting space? Focus on games. So far we had aerial bombard shaking Earth just before. Got you, got you. Give me that.
Houston, they're Federation. They've broken the truce.
Yep, blame Neppy.
Odin Control. Odin's kinetic rods are readying for launch. This is not a simulation.
We can't let them take control of Odin.
Odin Control.
Okay, I gotta lock in a little. By the way, Dory, it's okay if nobody gives me emotional support because I got you guys.
Odin payload 1 uploaded.
Is this the only mission that's gonna be in space?
Locked.
Because this is kind of neat. I don't dislike this at all.
Locked. Phoenix. Locked. Targeting Houston. Locked. Targeting Miami.
I won't tell you.
Locked.
Only mission in space is this. Okay. Yeah, this is actually kind of neat. I don't dislike it.
They're uploading more targets. Payloads 2, 3, and 4.
Nah, I believe in ya. I have no clue about this, but I believe. Thank you, Dory.
We're scuttling the station. I'm sorry, Mosley.
Baker, we need to move.
10 seconds.
It's gonna be okay, guys. We're gonna find out either way.
Follow me.
In 3, 2, 1.
Hey, we still get checkpoints. That's really forgiving. They're actually giving us checkpoints.
Odin Control. Are you copying?
Bro, Call of Duty 1, like the very first game, if you die, you have to go all the way back to your last save. That freaking sucked.
Copy, Mosley. Odin targeting
He's playing a space game. I'm actually playing Call of Duty Ghosts.
payload 2 is still sequencing. Targeting locked. San Francisco, Denver, Kansas City, Chicago, Washington, D.C.
We're not done, Baker. Let's move to Odin and
How's work? Did you already get done with work?
get it home, Baker.
COD 1 on veteran was a nightmare. Dude, I beat it in German.
Freeze off access to DC.
23 degrees port or aft.
I don't understand a lick of German. Why? Why what? And United Forces? What is it? Oh, I never played United Forces. I never played that one. Is this? Oh gosh. Probably should be open this guy, huh? I did not realize that the person that was with me was actually a lady. I thought that was a boy named Kara.
CS fuel lines.
You heard it, Baker! Fire! I got you, Baker! Just keep shooting!
What am I shooting at? Oh.
15 degrees.
Yeah!
3 degrees. That's it. That's enough to drop it into the atmosphere. Specialist Mosley.
Oh, she's dead.
We have LOS.
Oh, dude, that fucking sucks.
Loss of signal with Odin control.
That freaking sucks. Oh. Dude, that is a massive freaking impact. Okay, the running is a little bit weird. So this one is just a tab. I'm playing on controller, by the way. On this one, it's just a tab. In the other Call of Duty games on controller, you have to hold down the thumbstick. Are we jumping? Orbiter Quake Rods. I am gonna head home, so I will check in when I get there. Please do. If you want an experience article for a COD 1 DLC, I'd recommend you to try. Is that available on Steam? In your opinion? Oh, Maverick, is this the best one in your opinion? Story of Alex Riley, aka Ghost. Really? Is this the story of Ghost? Isn't that like one of the most mysterious characters in like the whole game? Well, at least the Modern Warfare franchise. Oh my god. I thought I had to run away. I'm like, yo, I'm just gonna. Yes, Ghost is the best. I thought it was Captain Price, the one that was the best. OG Ghost or Remake Ghost? I don't have a favorite.
We gotta get out of here. You're gonna be all right, son. Hold on, boys.
Captain Price is the one continuing character from Call of Duty 1, 2, 3, I believe. That carried over to Call of Duty 4. Man, that's insane. Look at all those. I'm not sure if that's smoke or debris. I don't know what that is, dude. Modern Warfare 3 campaign remake before that. I really loved Modern Warfare 3's campaign.
Years ago, when the great energy-producing deserts were destroyed, the world powers that depended on them collapsed, and in their wake, the Federation began to rise. The Federation united all of South America under one banner, and devoured everything in its path as it moved relentlessly to the north. After turning Odin against us, the Federation stood on the doorstep of America, poised for the kill. They thought we were weak, crippled, prey, waiting to be taken. We fought hard. We fought well. We fought them to a bloody stalemate. And here, Just beyond the craters of no man's land, we find ourselves in a defensive war against a more powerful enemy.
Whoa, 10 years time skip?
Copy. Yeah, we're here. Go ahead.
Reports are coming in. Dallas got overrun last night. Command wants another sweep of the wall ASAP.
Shit. Any survivors?
Negative.
You're a man now, Val? That's crazy.
Sorry I didn't wake you. Thought you could use a sleep. Quiet boy. Listen. Hey, Riley's got something. Grab a gear, let's move.
Do we get to keep the dog? Actually, don't tell me. I don't want to know.
We're outside.
Resnub, in my opinion, was a secondary character he created.
We're checking it now.
Raj, we'll secure the exit.
Guys, I've never played Black Ops 1. I only played Black Ops 2. Actually, I should probably substitute Black Ops 1 for World of War. Just so I could do the whole franchise.
Through here.
That's a very eerie picture.
Cover me.
Not gonna lie, like, this game looks good.
It's clear. Come on up. It's close. Hey, take the door on the right.
That's a deer.
Guess Riley was getting hungry. You don't want to eat anything out here, boy. Let's head back and get you some real food.
So what is this about the wall? So we got invaded by the Federation, so I'm guessing that would be the antagonists
Just some local wild.
in Modern Warfare 3, if this is indeed a continuation or what.
We'll join you. Meet us at the wall. We're on our way out.
You should play Sniper Ghost Warrior 2. You won't regret it. I'm gonna add it to the wish list for sure.
Looking like hell. Still standing.
And this timeline, T built the wall. But they said that the other side was gonna pay for it.
Area secure?
Just about. Need to sweep this side of the wall and we're good.
We'll take the left side. Should go quick. Regroup at the gas station.
You got it.
You know, this kind of reminds me of New York City and Crisis 3. The little bit I played of it. I don't know why, it's just...
Get ready. Come on. Search.
I think it's the foliage.
You hear that?
Yeah, kinda, right?
Wait for Riley. If he attacks a target, shoot to kill.
Oh.
Drop these guys.
I see them, but they're taking cover. There he is. I see that. But hold on. It sucks playing on a really small screen. I think there's an enemy on the right side.
Fed recon again.
Sheep but has an overwhelming... Oh, I like sheep and positive
Meet us at Overwatch. We need
when it comes to games. I'm added to the wish list today, Maverick. Thank you. And there's also a few games, there's a few Stickman games that Sakurai recommended that I also want to get my hands on. I never played any of those, so it would be really cool to play some of the Stickman games. Are those
Come on, they're executing civvies. Move in, move in. Riley, go. Targets at 12.
Oh, they hit Riley! How dare you!
Cover me.
How dare you hit the dog? Oh! I deserve to be punished. Sorry, Riley. I'm so sorry, buddy. I hear the voices to the right. Oh, so that's why. That's why you guys said it was different. Kind of reminds me of... Thank you, Savage. It kind of reminds me of Black Ops 3 on the highest or realistic difficulty. Now, that was a pain in the ass, in my opinion. Black Ops 3, man. Getting all the achievements for completing the campaign on the highest difficulty was ass. Civ Hits and Civ Hits World Flash Player games, yep. Those are indeed the ones. What? That was not a civilian. That was a... You know what? Fine. Fine.
2-1, we just engaged the Federation recon team. Meet us at Overwatch. We need to regroup now. Check. We're on our way.
Just let me double check. Was that a civilian that I shot? That was not a civilian, was it? Hey, were these guys with us when we
Come on, they're executing civvies. Move in. Riley, go.
I'm gonna let them go it. It's a civilian out there shooting at you. That's crazy. I maintain BO3 has the most brutal opening to any COD. I agree. I actually introduced Leah to Call of Duty 3 recently, and she actually seems to really enjoy the story of it. Okay, kids, it's time for me to go to bed. Have a great sleep, brother. Much love to everyone. Take care. And remember, there's a difference between working hard, and being hard while working. Have a great sleep, man. Would you play Saints Row? We shall. I just have to fix it. I love BO3 intro. How many of you guys beat the game on the highest difficulty, though? Black Ops 3, I beat. And DOC, have a good night, brother. We shall definitely play Saints Row 2. I just need to figure out how to do it. I know there's a mod for it. I just don't know how to fix it. Isn't there supposed to be another enemy coming down this way? Not gonna lie, only card I enjoyed was Modern Warfare 2, the old one. I really liked that one as well. I also enjoyed the remakes, I'm not gonna lie. I did enjoy them. BO3, realistic difficulty is amazing. You actually use every ability. I enjoyed it. It was hard as nails, though. Oh! I freaking killed Rodriguez. They were decent, but definitely not worth $70. I also agree with that. I wouldn't pay $70 for any game, truth be told. I don't care how good it is. It's just not gonna happen. I gotta say though, I'm actually surprised that this game is allowing me to have checkpoints. I'm not complaining at all. Like, I'm actually very thankful for it. Use markets for the win. Facts. Use markets and discounts. What if Metal Gear Rising Revenge was $70? I wouldn't do it. I really wouldn't. Because at that point, it's not about the quality of the game itself. It's just that at that point, I'm just being a little... I'm being a little irresponsible with my money. They're throwing fucking grenades too. I should have known. I should have freaking known, dude. Every Call of Duty on the highest difficulty expect grenades. So where am I headed? Am I headed to the left side? I'm guessing. Open sewer. I'll pick up Metal Gear Revenge. It's $40 though. I'm also just realizing, right, that some enemies, I mean, not some enemies, some allies seem to have unlimited health. I don't know where the fucking gunshots are coming from, dude. It's throwing me off. I know it's lower level. I just don't know where. Never mind, I see it. It's not even lower level, it's upper level. Got him. Imagine RoboCop into the COD Wars. I would love that. I would love a RoboCop Just Red game. Not gonna lie. That would be awesome. Especially if it was sort of like this. Did someone say RoboCop? Yes, we did. Imagine a RoboCop COD game. By the way, guys, I don't know if I'm tripping, but I think we have auto aim. Let me see. Do we have auto aim? I think we do have a form of auto aim. I don't know. That kind of like rubber banded to an enemy I couldn't see. I don't know. Maybe I'm just imagining it, but I think I'm gonna need this a little bit higher. Oh yeah, we do have aim assist. That's right. You know, as helpful as auto aim is, I don't like using it because sometimes I want to hit things that are nowhere, you know, far. Fuck. Oh my gosh. Jesus. Give me that. Okay, that's the one I literally just took. This also went into multiplayer. Wait, auto aim went into multiplayer? Real men use mouse and keyboard. I mean, I did play a game on mouse and keyboard in 1995. Okay, we got a checkpoint. Hey, buddy. Can we pet the dogs? No. Oh my god. Okay, whoa. What? There was no friendly fire. When did that happen? Was that Apache hours? It was not. Okay, so I am in fact. Okay. Stop moving. Okay, that's an issue. Hold on. That's definitely not Apache. That's Russian heli. Brother, I can't see anything. And the sky is so bright. It's brighter than my future, as a matter of fact. I don't know where the laser's pointing. I don't know if I'm hitting anything. Oh my god. Hey dog, do you want to shoot this rocket launcher? You have a better side than me. This son of a... That was some 100% luck. Maki, how you doing, by the way, bro? I didn't see you come in. Did you come in? Oh, yeah, you did come in earlier. How you doing, Maki? Can somebody give Maki a shout out? Get in the back of the MATV. Oh, great. Fucking hate riding in the back of anything, dude. Shitty job. You use the tracker on the gunship above you, basically calling an airstrike on your own team. Yes, you friendly fired. Son of a gun. That sucks. And the, hold on, I missed. Oldest gold indeed. Maverick, oldest gold. Are there sleeping dogs or watching dogs? All better than those name games. I know, right? 20 minutes later. Are we gonna be jumping between areas or characters? Oh, hey, Riley! I love that dog, dude. It's so cute. And he's saying is, come quietly or there will be trouble. That's a freaking amazing thing. I'm gonna use that constantly. By the way, fun fact about those Russian helis, if you shoot out the back rotor, they won't spin out like that because of the double rotor they have. That's what they have, is so they spin away. Yeah, it makes sense. Especially considering that they operate in some very active areas.
Let's go find the old man.
I think they have an area of operation. If I do recall correctly, it's called the red zone or the yellow zone. Not characters much, but time skips all over the place. Bad. We get to serve with our pops.
You boys okay? Always. Walk with me.
Dude, the whole family unit is serving?
Dad, they're executing civilians.
I know. Their recon teams round up scavengers, drifters, hoping to find a way into the city. It's how they took Dallas practically overnight.
So how can we help? Dad,
Hash is gonna die, right? I can see it.
You boys. You're the only thing I've got left in this world.
Dad, listen.
But you're also the only ones I can trust.
Hey, look. Whatever it is, Logan and I, we're ready.
You two are going to no man's land.
Wait, for real?
Is there any
We've been
collectibles?
for far too long, so I'm sending you outside the wall. You'll link up with a recon team, gather any intel you can on the enemy, and get your asses back here.
So where in no man's land are we going?
Are we in Los Angeles?
Somewhere you know better than anyone. You're going home.
Brother, is this actually canon to Modern Warfare 3? Because the time jump is huge.
Span of destruction between LA and San Diego, created when Odin was turned against us. The beaches and surf breaks of my own childhood were now mined and abandoned. Dad told us few men got to operate in no man's land. It was too dangerous, too unpredictable. If he was sending us out there, it must have been important to him. Still, I couldn't help but think this was another one of his tests. A lesson he was trying to teach us. Okay, looks like we're good. Beginning sector scan. Contact. Enemy patrol approaching from the west. Do not engage. Let him get closer.
Feels like a sneaking mission.
Get ready.
Also, is our character not willing to like talk? Oh! For Riley!
Clear. It's a third group in 20 miles. Eyes peeled. Could be more.
I'm pretty sure that's LA. Yeah, I recognize the boardwalk. I think that's like the most iconic sites in Los Angeles. Game reveal trailer mission.
Easy, Riley. what's left of it anyway. Come on, let's keep moving.
Stalker 6, this is Viking Actual. We are en route to target location. How copy?
Solid copy, Viking. Be advised, recent reports indicate lots of enemy movement in that area. We're on a schedule here, so get that intel and get out fast.
Roger that.
Yo, this is kind of neat. I was being pushed, bro.
Hey, check it out. Never thought I'd see this thing again.
Yeah, and it's really clean too. Wow.
Like you remember it, huh? This place is depressing the hell out of me. Come on.
Bro, 10 years.
Watch your step. Shit, whoa.
I gotta be honest, I don't see why people hated on this one. It's definitely different. It's definitely different from Modern Warfare 3.
Sounds like trouble.
This is not bad at all, dude. I don't see the hate. I don't see it.
Logan, sync up with Riley. Here we go. The vest is synced with your camera feed. It'll help guide him. Where you want to go, he'll follow. I see 2 tangos ahead. Let him separate. The closer one. Take him out first.
Okay, so he operates.
Nice.
He operates as a secondary.
See if you can get his attention.
Oh my god, I can sprint too.
I'll take this one. All right, Logan.
Oh, nice.
Riley, search the houses. We don't want any stragglers.
The dog cam, isn't that awesome? Remember expectations high after Modern Warfare 3. Modern Warfare 3 was amazing though, to be fair, in all fairness.
Okay, take the guard first.
Why can I not get the other guy? It's low pace, auto aim feels off, and the dog is a bit janky and convoluted story. I think I can understand the convoluted story part.
Sounds like more inside.
Oh, I almost saw the dog again, dude.
Back up.
Alright, we're gonna breach.
Riley, search.
Let's have it.
Clear. On me.
Time to snooze for me, mister. Good night. Have a good night, Monkey. Rest well, dude.
Clock. Contact front.
Oh, hey. I could use this.
Loading.
Especially after Modern Warfare 3, it just feels backwards. I guess that's what happens when you do a really good job and then they expect you to do just the same, if not better, next time around. That's like the episode Jumping the Shark. Like, there's nothing else after that. There shouldn't be anything more. But you know, as a game, I cannot see. I cannot see. The brightness is too bright. I think that's gonna be like my main gripe with the game.
This is definitely the place.
I think my TV just got hit.
Looks like they're digging through some wreckage.
What kind of wreckage?
Not sure. It's guarded, but we're gonna push through. Cover me.
Cover you? Yes. Which Call of Duty game do you guys feel like is the worst? And I think those guys are actually speaking in Spanish. Yeah, they're speaking in Spanish. What are they exactly? Who is the Federation? Is that like a coalition? Those are Mexican accents. And if not, oh, Hesh went down. If not Mexican, definitely Central American accents. One second, guys.
Target's in the open.
Target's in the open. Okay. Freaking throw a grenade in there, freaking make him run or something. Nothing? I see him. Okay, they said they got people in parachutes coming in. Bear with. I got a shower, then off to bed. Will be lurking. Much love, brother, man. Hey, I'm glad that you stay here with us. Hopefully you have fun. Have a good shower. Rest well. Thank you for the lurk. Give me a second, guys. Same dev studio as Modern Warfare Trilogy? Really? That would actually explain the aesthetic a lot. Let me see if that flushes him out. I don't like using grenades to flush out enemies, but sometimes I sort of have to.
Viking 1, we're getting reports of large enemy movement just ahead of you.
Give me a second. Okay, so
Intercept them.
Roger that. Let's move. Target's at 12 o'clock.
yeah, that actually does make sense, unfortunately. Oh, hey, so these are the collectibles. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Oh! Son of a gun. Oh, we got movement? Now you decide to tell me, you bastard. He asked for suppressive fire, but he's not fucking getting it. Have a good night, Will. I know it's another enemy. There's no way he got them both. Maybe he fucking did.
Tracks are fresh. Looks like they went this way.
So when does Hirsch die? I see enemies.
Vehicles incoming. Shift right. Easy, easy. Let them pass. Perfect.
I saw it, Dory. Someone's knocking on my door. Take your time, bud.
Hang on. Straggler on the right. 2 o'clock. Take him out. Good boy, Riley. Stay low. Follow my lead.
No, sorry, bud. One failed. We cannot win them all. Not all of them.
Jackpot. Stalker, we're seeing a massive enemy camp ahead.
Welcome back, Gatito. How's your day going?
Going to investigate. Sig on Riley.
Where's Riley? Oh, hey, that's a good dog.
Here we go. Okay, lots of enemy movement here, so let's take this nice and slow.
Nice and slow.
See if you can find anything.
Okay. It's gonna right just finish up on legs.
Remember, move
What else
slow,
are you get hitting
really
today?
in the grass.
I gotta hit back today.
This should work.
Cardio and legs.
He's down.
You did your legs before you did cardio? Chicken legs. That's actually my one true fear thing.
Okay, we're in.
That's why I work out legs.
Let's find out what's going on here.
Hopefully nobody saw that.
Tango down.
I'm gonna get found. Man, this dog scares me. Oh my gosh. Yeesh. Should I just wait it out, I guess? I'm gonna get that other guy just in case. I had crap and United for legs, so I had to work extra hard to build them up. I have like the opposite issue. Like I'm a wide dude in terms of like body frame.
Let's see what's going on.
So if I eat too much, I will bulk up really, really quick.
You see that guy's mask?
So nice you could join us. Rourke, what's the matter? You look like you've just seen a ghost. You won't get anything from me.
Ajax.
That's too bad then. Ah, you didn't think it was going to be that easy, did you? Oh, no. You and me got a lot of catching up to do. Move everything to Firebase Charlie, including him. Operation Homecoming will proceed on schedule.
Firebase Charlie. Operation Homecoming.
Viking, what's your position? You boys better double time it or
Dude,
you
what
get
the
left
heck?
behind.
Roger that, we're on our way. Marking the rally point now. Get Riley out of there. We'll regroup at the exit.
But yeah, Gato, how long have you been bodybuilding for? Assuming that is what you do, right? You bodybuild as well. We're both bodybuilders, hobbyist bodybuilders. Or are you competitive bodybuilding? Get everyone here for an achievement? Really? I mean, I can go for that. I did get an achievement though. Not sure what the achievement was for, but it's definitely there. Might not be worth doing now because I gotta go back for intel regardless.
Good boy, Riley. Let's move.
Yo, Dine guy was good. Welcome in. Please give Dine guy a shout out. Welcome in. How was the games? Fanny Fenris, welcome in. First time W, first time shatter. Fanny Fenris, if you are streaming, let us know. And by the way, Ray, I don't like Taco Bell. I don't like fast food. Welcome in, Sully Quest. Alpha Omega, I like your name. Ghost, good gameplay. It's my first time playing it. Die, what were you playing? Oh, Warframe. How was Warframe? Oh boy. Oh! I disconnected my controller, dude. I am super out of it. I took some meds. Wow, you sick? I was playing Warframe's pretty good. Just got done with some good story. What DLC are you doing? Get this freaking thing off of me. Boy. I'm in trouble. Oh, is this where this guy dies? Oh, that's another guy. Oh. Laura! Hi! By the way, Raiders, let me pause right quick. My apologies. That I'm very rude. I'm Valentino. I get easily distracted. We played a game called Kinki Spiritual Affairs Bureau. I will not shut up about it, at least for the next hour. And if any of you kind souls happen to be streamers, do let us know. We'd like to do shout outs. We'd like to show love. And if you're still willing to stay here for the hour, please do tell us what you're into. Be nice, Sakurai. Not sure who you're talking to, but be nice regardless. Now, what am I looking at? Ratty's hurt. Yeah, dude, that was not cool. Laura, how you doing, bud? Alright, let's get back to it.
I believe you have something for me.
We came across some feds moving a guy at Firebase Charlie. One of yours?
Yeah, Ajax. All right, we don't have a lot of time. You can stick with us, but you do what I say when I say it. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Who's Merrick, exactly? I mean, he seems like a badass and all, but appreciate it. Doing good, and you guys? Every day above ground is a good day. I'm tired, but I'm good. I am sleepy. Dude, this is really late for you. You should sleep.
Hang on. They're taking off. Right on schedule.
But then again, it's really late for a lot of you guys, isn't it? What the fuck is that? Do you work today, Laura?
Okay, Keegan, post up and keep us covered. Walker boys are with me. Okay, Keegan, kick us off. Got one. Hostile down.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Dude, what the heck? And they got us with the grenades again. It's 217. Oh, what? It's 217. You're in the Midwest, huh? I thought you were in the East Coast as well. I cannot spot the enemy. Oh, that would have been really fucking bad. Yeah, 2:17 p.m. He was shooting at something over here. Oh! I was not expecting that. Yeah, I had no idea he was like behind my schedule. I thought we were on the same time zone, me and Gato. Which makes sense why he works until late. Sometimes he'll be like, "Oh, I just got home from work." I'm like, "Damn, bro, you're doing like long hours." That makes, yeah, that actually just told me like, yeah, damn. But going back to the whole bodybuilding thing, Gatito say he's been doing it since 14. I started at 15 myself.
Keegan, take point. Get us headed toward the stadium. Ajax doesn't have long.
Ajax is the guy that almost got executed, right? Dude, this is a massive base. Oh, that's just a fucking city, dude.
They emerged from the shadows and vanished into sunlight. Outside the wall, their reputation lingered over no man's land like a shroud of fear. A weapon, far more effective than brass or steel. Merrick and Keegan. These were the men Dad had spoken of. The ghosts. And someone dared to go against them. They were headed to San Diego, Federation territory, to find their man Ajax. Ghosts. We'd only imagined them. Now, we were determined to be one of them.
All right, remote sniper's online.
Scan around. We need to get eyes on Ajax.
Okay, so Ajax.
Patrols, keep searching.
They're playing football. They're having fun.
He's not on the field. Look around the press box. More patrols. No sign of our boy, though.
No sign of him on the right.
Yeah, no idea. Well, that was not very useful per se. All I see is like a bunch of little dots, bro.
Got something on the second floor right above home plate.
There, 12 o'clock. Zoom in.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Zoom in.
So now what?
That's him. That's our boy.
Should I take the shot? Oh, the gun is not even loaded.
They're moving him.
Yeah, you saw that. You saw that, right?
Why do you think
You saw him clip through. I was way losing. Spent 5 years doing the wrong workouts, overtraining and all that.
Grab that grenade launcher.
Ah, brother, that's usually how it starts.
Pick your shots carefully. Left trigger to detonate. Here they come. Tag the trucks. That's a hit. Confirmed hit. That's stuck. Convoy clear. Let's move.
That should work, right?
Looks like they're moving out. Something's up.
Man, I remember when I did the first workouts, like my first ever ones, I would do like very simple workouts, body workouts. But then I would diet the worst way possible. Like I was not eating right. I was getting dizzy. I was like unwilling to stop.
Get in, Logan. Let's go.
Where the fuck do I get in? Ah, yeah, I knew that. It sucked. I've written a lot about it on my journal.
Watch and learn, kid.
Ever since the age of 21 or so, or nearly 21, I've been keeping all my workouts on journal and all my diets on journal.
Approaching gate.
Loading charges when you're ready.
This is gonna suck. Let me... Kind of wish I would have at least eliminated one of these guys. Hey, we made it. Dude, Riley's a freaking badass. What the heck? Classic. This game does thing while it's announced to the next big thing, and we should all be ready for the next gen COD. How many CODs would it be? Too many CODs. I'm just asking for those of you that are like hardcore fans of the series, which seems to be quite a bit of you guys. Bro, I'm not seeing the enemies. That's a big issue. My eyesight is not what it used to be. Well, it seems to be a little bit of jank into this. Okay, I'm getting hit. I mean, at one point you gotta stop making games, right? Just to, I don't know, tell a newer story, perhaps. I was in a really bad spot to be peeking out like that. I hate COD Vanguard because of it. Oh, what? I said I was in a bad spot to be peeking out my head like that. I died, is what happened. What happened with COD Vanguard? Now, I own it. I have all the Call of Duty. Oh, that's Keegan. I have all of them. It's just that I don't have like a lot of time on my hands. Yeah, sorry, Dory. This is not a clip, this one. I have to go through those clips at one point and see what you guys clip me saying. I still love Advanced Warfare. I have not played that one either. I'm not sure if those are like heads or what. Let me see. Yeah, you can push. That's fine. You bitch. Dory just hit us with the ooh shit. That's crazy. I never once in my life said a single ooh. Why are they dressed like police officers? Oh shit. I should have probably kept that. I should probably keep this. Hold on. Just in case I have like heavy artillery enemies later. Thank you, Ray. Slapping me back to my senses.
Keep pushing forward. Reinforcements coming in. Gotta reach Ajax. Lay it on.
Oh shit. Frick. Best bet is just grabbing things in chat. Not 100% of the time. I gotta lock in. Not 100% of the time. I do try to not read right away. Give me a second. Hit markers are all sort of banned and feel off. It's like when Ben. Why you do this to me, right? And 1 second. I'm trying to scroll up, but my mouse is not responding. I'm trying to see Gatito's message. I'm not gonna push. I'm not pushing. Gatito said, "Your only chance." Yes. That is true about bodybuilding. And the thing is, bodybuilding as a sport, in my opinion, is possibly one of the most dangerous ones, which is why I just do it as a hobby. I will not engage in gear. There's a whole lot of things I would, for the sake of looking better. I'm gonna take this. I don't know where I'm getting tagged from, dude. That's actually what freaking sucks. Like, I see the bullets flying by, I just don't see where from until I get freaking tagged in the freaking head. What are you shooting at, brother? Oh, freaking Keegan, dude. Oh, there's a whole enemy down there, dude. But yeah, a lot of people neglect their organs when it comes to bodybuilding. And I feel like that's a whole lot of people's shortcomings. Because you should be going for longevity, not just looks. You know, like, me personally, I would love to be here for a while. Fucking shit. I see what you guys mean. These guys kind of act like the enemies from Black Ops 3, dude. They don't miss a damn shot. They do not miss. It really reminds me of Black Ops 3's difficulty. There we go. You're on 6% body fat? Lovely. I did see pictures. Let's see. Run. He's not running. I'm up here, knowing fully what happened last time. Let me push forward a little. Is this an infinite spawn? You're doing good at the pew pew. I suck! And not in the fun way either. I've died 4 times in the last hour. I believe. How dare you? You're not supposed to fucking agree. Get good, scrub. Somebody's not gonna be playing Black Ops 3 with me anytime soon, chat. Fuck, where the fuck did that even come from? Son of a bitch. Have you tried getting better? Not really, no. I like to not be good at things. That motherfucker's actually. I carry you in that game anyway. Ma'am, you wish you was carrying anything. You're not even allowed to carry these nut. Frick. They're hitting full map shots with SMGs with your AR whips. I know, right? They're preemptively shooting at me too, just for the record. Preemptively. Like I'm not even up, and he take shots. It's kind of fucking crazy, if you ask me. We told you this game wasn't great. No, I was told that I was not ready. What difficulty are you playing? The highest difficulty. Like I always do. Because I don't dislike it. It's definitely different. I will say that. But as a game, I don't dislike it. Hey guys, that's the mother... Son of a fucking bitch. Were you doing that to yourself? Tradition? Achievements? Tradition in getting achievements? Is this a fucking infinite spawn, guys? It feels like it is. Brother, you're the only one pinned down. I'm the only one pushing. What do you mean? Hey, doggy. Do you want to kill people? Because I do. I bet it is. Yeah. It feels like one. Oh, no way. That clip is actually AI, guys. I do not have flashbang grenades. I'm gonna ignore that upper half too. Probably just ignore those guys in the pro shop. Just get these. And this other dude. And possibly the one hiding over here. Fucking just go fuck yourself. It's perfectly cut. There's no frick. What you mean? I really hope this is not an infinite spawn. The enemies do seem to be a little choreographed though. The clip has no swearing, is what you mean? What swear? I don't even cuss. I will never cuss.
Don't get pinned down. Ajax is just ahead.
I saw the enemy upstairs. I'm having one issue. I don't see the enemies half the fucking time. Half the time, I don't see where the enemies are. See, like, I'm getting tagged, but I don't know where from. I know it's not that guy. Did I get him? Oh, it's not the guy. Okay. Have you used your eyes? How do I block people?
Don't get pinned down. Ajax is just ahead.
That's so mean. You're mean. I'm just here trying to survive, trying to see what the frick everything is. This guy's like, lay it on him. Like, shut the fuck up. I'm here because of y'all. Do I have? Oh, I don't. I don't have. Give me a second. Just coming back. My internet just had a moment. No, no, it was not you. It was not you. There we go. Have you guys noticed that it's always at around this time where my internet just magically disconnects? Let me push. Jesus Christ. You need better internet. It's not the internet. It's the power. It's 5G. It's optic fiber. But it's not the internet. It's the house. It's an old house. I thought that was a fucking ally. Oh, that's fucking Keegan. That is an ally. Oh, fucking shit, dude. Go get him, Riley. Man, that dog is freaking amazing. I'm not crazy, right? There is gunfire. Yeah, got it. Is that an ally up there? Jesus Christ, dude. I love how this guy is like, don't get pinned down. We are pinned down. We're more pinned down than somebody's mama on a fucking Saturday, dude. What are you talking about? Brandon just sending me upstairs too.
Almost to the target. Let's mop up. It's clear.
Hopefully they don't return the damn grenade.
Don't get pinned down. Ajax is just ahead.
I'm fucking scared of popping my head in there, dude.
Getting some covering fire. Hurry before more guys get here. Move. Ajax won't last forever.
It makes me nervous because we got a checkpoint, guys. I'm curious. Let me die if I can. Anyway, I got them. And that is not... Huh. That was so 2000s. I'll be honest, guys. This is not playing any differently from any of the other Call of Duty games that I played before. In terms of difficulty. This is not harder in a way that I would consider irrational.
Ajax should be up here. Fingers on triggers.
Oh, it's up there. Hold on. So far, this seems like a very one-to-one Call of Duty thing. Is that I'm looking for a laptop, but I don't think I'm gonna find it.
This should be where they're holding Ajax. Check it out with a remote sniper. Use the remote sniper. We'll breach on your shot. On you.
I don't know what Riley is, dude. I mean, not Ajax. It's the guy that we're looking for, right?
12 o'clock! 12 o'clock! Right on the left! Clear left! Room secure! He's not here!
Where is he? Where is he? Where did you take him?
Where is he? Where is he? I don't know what he is!
Riley's got his scent.
Let's go.
No, you're no!
I'm gonna have to look up this whole Federation business. I thought they were supposed to be like the enemies from Modern Warfare 3, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Look at that fucking guy floating.
All clear.
Stick with Riley. He'll lead us to Ajax.
Let's go! Reinforcements will be here any second!
Enemy patrols. Probably a dozen guys total.
We don't have time for this. Gas masks on.
Gas max for what?
Throw gas under the door.
Throw gas into the door. Okay. I see them fucking running away, dude.
Contact 40 meters. Hey, check your phone!
Why does this feels like some of these areas could have secrets in them?
Hey, you alright? Target breaking for cover! I got movement! Grenade! Move!
Bitch.
Friendly fire! Friendly fire! Got a target in the open! Taking fire! Hey, you alright?
Oh my gosh.
Target's right side!
I think the only concerning part is that the ship when it's all the way down there, dude.
Loading!
Fuck. Probably have enemies on my right. Is Ryder gonna be with us for the whole game, guys?
Riley's picked up the scent again. Must be close now.
Hmm.
This must be where they're holding Ajax. Keegan, Logan, see if there's another entrance. We'll wait here for your signal.
Okay, Keegan. Where's Peel? Very nice.
Found another door. No guards. Wherever you go. Logan, get over to that door. We'll hit him with the gas for breach. 5.
Oh. No, no.
Logan, get back here.
Oh, that's freaking... Is he dead? He cannot be dead. Oh my god, the boy is dead.
It's bad.
Son of a bitch. Hang in there, Ajax. Hang in.
Rourke. It was Rourke. He's targeting. Look. The wall.
Come on, hang in there, Ajax.
He's gone. Damn it.
Oh, that fucking sucks.
Merrick, you gotta look at this.
Get him ready to move. It's a kill list. Rourke's targeting ghosts.
But who the hell is Rourke?
No time to explain, kid. We're coming in. We need to move. Keegan, bring him. We leave now. You boys did okay, but you need to get back to LA now.
Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ.
Logan, thin him out with the
I was not expecting that.
bring it. We leave now. You boys did okay, but you need to get back to LA now. Incoming, back down! Logan, thin him out with the remote sniper.
Okay, there we go.
Those choppers are all right out of here. We'll take the one on the far side of the field. Take out those LMGs! It's clear! Go, go, go! Cover us!
LMGs. Where is the LMG?
We made it. Thanks. Take it off. We're good. Now get yourselves home. All right, leave it. Riley!
I would if I fucking knew where the shopper is.
Get to the chopper! Logan, the chopper!
I am!
Cover us with the remote sniper so we can take off! Take out the turret! Viking, required an enemy helo and an RTB from south of the wall. Do you copy?
Brother, this sniper thing is really freaking awesome.
Moving on Fort Santa Monica. You boys have to get back here quick.
Dad! Dad!
You know what? I think we did an amazing job.
Cover their fallen before. But not like these men. There was a reverence to how the ghosts treated Ajax. The exact opposite of how he must have died. If this man Rourke had killed him, he'd taken his time. Now, he was actually hunting the ghosts. But here, once again, the Federation was attacking us. And we were headed into the chaos. Somewhere, in the middle of that battle, was our father. We had to find him. gonna leave our dog with you. The rest of you are with me. Let's move out.
Okay, guys, that was actually. I don't dislike this. I don't. I guess I can comprehend where the hate comes from or came from initially, but I don't dislike it at all. I really don't. Now, obviously, I do have to rate out roughly in 6 minutes. So, with that being said, if you guys happen to have any recommendations whatsoever, please do let me know. Yeah, I wish I could stay longer, but yours truly needs a shower, and yours truly really, really is sweet. The new schedule is up. Oops, oh, I almost freaking deleted it. Jeez, that would have been bad. The new schedule's up. So that means you kind souls would see me again on Friday, which would be 3 days from now. I do post on Snapchat. I do post on TikTok. And I do post on nearly everything. Nearly everything. That was an AI voice. I don't like that. I don't like AI. Not like that. Sleep well, Val. I appreciate that, Sakura. Hopefully you had fun. We definitely played some strange games, didn't we, guys? Man, we definitely be touching things that are weird. Oh no! Ace, I was about to raid out. Yeah. I appreciate the love, Ace. I was hoping I could cast yours. Please give Ace a shout out. Pretty please. By the way, hello, Ace community. My name is Valentino and I do weird things. Also, if you need PC versions of Crisis, next time, all the love. I do feel bad because you brought in your kind souls with you, but I do have to eat and I do have to do all these different things. The third copy, Sakura, is the one that I will need a lent copy of. The other ones I know for a fact I can get. Ace, since you came in here with your community, is there anybody you would like me to raid? So that way I can redirect your community to their ends. Do you have the CD key written on the CD? For Crisis 3, I don't think you need a CD key, do you? By the way, I'm not gonna end until possibly Ace recommends me somebody I can raid. By the way, Ace's community, all the love to you folks. All of it, all of the love. And I have no idea, friend, that you can choose. Damn. Oh wait, all good, all good. I'm waiting. No rush, no rush. It's Mel 13 who wanted to play Fortnite with me. Let's do it. Kind souls, you know the drill with these things. When we go into a raid, be nice, be kind, and show them the same love you guys would show me. So let's go ahead and raid out. I will see you all again on Friday. Schedules in the Discord. If you want to check me outside of Twitch, check out my my YouTube, Valentino Love TV. Check out my Spotify if you like instrumentals or rap music. Check me out on TikTok, Snapchat, Instagram, the works. All the love to you guys. Ace, thank you for the rain. Dory, thank you for the clips. Sakurai, thank you for recommending Ghost. DOC, all the love. Neppy, all the love to you as well. And Leah, all the love. Now, guys, I will see you all again soon. But until that, please take care. Bye-bye.